Let's go, chat. Welcome back, everybody, to day 103. Today's going to be a big one, very important. As you guys can see behind me, today we're going to be deploying to prod. We've got a lot of changes locally that we've been working on the past couple days, and today is all about polishing them up and getting a working, suitable version to be pushed up to production. As you guys know, this is what is going to contain our TikTok update, our AI clipping agent update, and other critical matters of importance. But with that being said, welcome back to the stream, guys. Today's gonna be a big one. Let me get the chill music on. But with that being said, let's get the desk lowered down. I want to talk a little bit about what is the phrase of the day. Today is all about pushing your limits. As you guys can see here, push your limits is what I've written up today, because sometimes you can have a day, you can have a period of time where let's say that you just you're pushing your limits. Let's take yesterday for example. Yesterday, streamed for 6.5 hours for the day 102 stream. Was back online later that evening for another 2 hours for a vibe coding no talking stream. And then I was back this morning. First thing I did when I woke up, chugged 2 glasses of coffee and program for 3 hours. And then I had to go to the dentist appointment. That's why I'm a little bit late to the stream. And now we're here. And now we're going to be grinding more. And we're probably going to be back on later. And a lot of people, they talk about work-life balance, which, yes, that is important, something to consider. You don't want to get yourself burned out. But there's also some credit that needs to be paid to the fact that you need to be pushing your limits. You have to be going hard, especially when it's hard, especially when it's difficult. That's when you need to be going even harder. And, with that being said, as you guys know, we have all of these different social media platforms approved, and the time is now to go harder than we've ever gone before. As you guys know, it's time to work harder than ever before, and that's what we're doing. We're taking minimal days off, if not 0 days off, and we're just going to keep going. We're going to keep pushing our limits. We're going to keep pushing as hard as we can. It's like going to the gym and working out. It's like doing push-ups. It's like doing pull-ups. The biggest growth, the biggest gains are made when it's the hardest, when you're pushed to your limits. So honestly, it's good. It's good to be pushed to your limits. It's good to be pushed as hard as you can. With that being said, what's up, guys? B-Tune, what's up? The Piece at Last, what's up? WebDev Cody, what's up? What's up, guys? Mark Arias, what's up? Warlike Locks, how's it going? Murat, how's it going? What's up? Let's go, guys. Veershaw, what's up? But welcome back to the stream, guys. I'm going to drop everything in the chat. But right now, the biggest things that we need to do today, first of all, let me actually get some chill music on so we can get back to grinding. Let me get this on real quick. Let me get bridge music on. But today, we're going to actually be pushing all of these changes to production. You've been working so hard for the past couple days. And, now it's time to actually polish this up and get it pushed. I will say, though, there were a couple things that we're going to need to talk about a little bit today. Let me get the chill music on here. All right, there we go. So, as you guys know, let's just pull up View Creator real quick, and I'm going to go to our local server. Even like this, for example, we've got tons of stuff like this that, hey, this is obviously new. If we go to View Creator, this is not yet in View Creator production yet. There's all sorts of stuff like this that are just small changes, but also big changes that we've been working on. If I go to sign in and I go to View Creator, as you guys know, there's just so much stuff that we've been working on that has not yet been pushed. So we want to work on that today. We want to get that done. With that being said, let me actually drop the link to the stream in the Discord. I don't think I've done that yet. But welcome, guys. Day 103. It's going to be a big one. Going to get all this pushed up and get back to grinding. Let's get it. How long am I going to stream? Not sure. I'm going to stream as long as it takes. As long as it takes. But let me drop this in, and then here we go. All right, we're live. Yeah, sorry for being a little bit late to the stream, guys. I had a dentist appointment, but I was grinding for like 3 hours this morning, just off stream, cooking up. And last night, if you guys joined the Vibe Coding No Talking stream, that was a good one too. But one really cool thing about View Creator is every time I go live or I'm posting a video, I can easily just generate tags with the assistant here, set my category and put it in the playlist, and then I can, yeah, that's good to go, save. and that really helps me actually get way more reach. And it's pretty nice as a creator to be able to have a tool like that. Aperium X, what's up, man? Maxologies, what's up? Risky-esque, what's up? Ilya, what's up, man? All right. Also, you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so, but I'm just getting things situated on my end right here so I can get the stream started, get going here. Man, we have a lot that hasn't been pushed yet. The more that I'm like playing around in production, I realize like we really need to get this pushed. So let's talk a little bit, guys. I'm going to show you what I was working on this morning and what we need to do. Let's move the desk down here. Let's move it down. But yeah, push your limits, guys. You know, there is, you know, when things are hardest, that's actually how you prove who you are. You know, if things are easy, if you're winning and you're just constantly winning and you constantly feel great, you know, that's great. You know, you're feeling great. But you actually kind of prove who you are when things are difficult, and when you show up when things are difficult, and you show up when you're stressed, and you show up when you're challenged. That's how you prove who you are. Linux, how's it going, man? What's up? But yeah, guys, let's get this going here. I'm going to drop the Discord as well. But okay, so let's go over to here and what we're working on. So as you guys know, I have a little bit of an update for you guys. So yesterday, we were spending a decent amount of our time yesterday working on Teams functionality. And, you know, I think that this is like in the context of pushing your limits. We did face like a little bit of an issue. So, you know, after I had some time to really take a step back and look at our database architecture and our implementation, I believe that we actually need to take a step back on some of that implementation that we did yesterday, because first of all, I don't think that it's really needed. We may have gotten ahead of ourselves. And then second of all, I think that it's not needed. It's not needed. The team implementation, it may be needed later on, but it's not needed right now. And I actually spoke with a very respected member of our community, J35, as you guys know. I got a chance to talk to him, and I was just kind of brainstorming with him, and we were just kind of brainstorming like, hey, what is actually needed today, right? Is it a massive Teams implementation? It's actually not. So I haven't pushed this yet. And, you know, one of the things that we're going to be doing today is just quickly, we do need to kind of like roll this back, you know, and that's why it's like, it is sometimes difficult when you have to do that, right? It's like, man, I worked so long yesterday on that. But hey, we learned, right? We learned and we worked hard and we did get a working implementation, but do we need it? And is that going to be suitable for the future when we actually do need scalable teams inside of View Creator? I don't think it is. So rather than, you know, push that and scale that up, maybe just take a step back, maybe say, hey, I don't think that was the best approach. Let's learn from it and let's figure out how we need to approach that in the future. But right now, I just don't think that we really need it. NS, how's it going, man? Good to see you. XX Citizen, what's up? Good morning here already, all day vibing, day of cracks and repairs. Let's go. Me too, XX, let's go. Kong said, nice try, yeah. PNK Sound said real stuff. Yeah, so, you know, what I'm dealing with today is I'm like, dang, you know, we did put some hours into that yesterday, and it feels like it got a little bit of a waste, but not really. You know, it's just that, hey, we learned. So you can see here, I have a Teams removal action plan, because I just think that we're going to need to phase this out, honestly. But what's really cool is I am actually working with Codex and Claude, and you guys may be like, whoa, Codex. You know, I kind of joke about Codex all the time because it is not good. But what's interesting is that I am finding a use case for Codex, guys. So I'm going to show it to you here in a second, but watch this. Hold on, let's get Whisperflow launched. But I mean, yeah, we need to get all this pushed. And then today, really the big goals for today is we need to get all this pushed to production. And then we actually need to build View Creator agents that will be able to actually post to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of the platforms, right? It's very important that we do that. And we are close. We're almost there. I need you to review this action plan that the other AI agent created, and I need you to review its plan and tell me whether or not it's good to go. Offer John, what's up, man? Good to see you. Launch one Codebase analyst agent. Also, guys, let's move the desk back up. I'm kind of swatching around here. That's all right. But check this out. So another thing that I want to put on our goal list today, and this is like an interesting one that's not necessarily related to like actual building, but as you guys know, things are changing. The world of vibe coding, the world of agentic systems is changing. And one thing that's changing is that, as you guys know, I was a huge Cursor fan, but now I'm starting to think that Claude Code may be the actual best vibe coding tool. I've been, especially with Opus 4.5 leading the charge, I think that Anthropic may be doing just an amazing job, especially for people that are vibe coding. So I want to put up on the list today, if you guys know what Claude skills are and Claude plugins, we're going to put up on the goal list like actual things that we're going to use to try and maybe improve our workflow a little bit. And one thing that actually came out last night, in this we saw, I forget who actually told me, but I did see it come out. This is new. You can do /plugin and you can manage your Claude Code plugins. So if you go here, you can see that there's 41 Discover plugins, and they're all these different plugins. Like, check this out. Connect to at whatever, you guys know it. So you can basically connect to a Jira board here. And I was like, oh, whoa. And then Opus 4.5 migration, migrate your code and prompts from Sonnet 4 and Opus 4. I don't even know what that is, but code review, commit commands, context 7, explanatory output style. There's all these. Figma is one, Firebase is one, GitHub is one, GitLab, Greptile, Hookify. There's all these plugins. Notion is one, Linear is one, Playwright is one. And we're going to want to take a look at that. But also what we want to take a look at is, I forget, it was W. Dan and Hung. They were the ones that told me about, hey, Claude Skills is actually the best thing that you can do to improve your Claude workflow. So in today's stream, we're going to set aside some time to actually go over Claude Skills. And I'm going to set aside maybe 30 minutes, and we're going to be exploring, while some agents are working in the background for us, we're going to see, hey, how do we actually set up Claude Skills and how could we set them up? And I have done no research on this, but I have been hearing it. And again, that's one great thing about the Bridgemind community, is that we're all helping each other. I'm learning from you guys. You're all learning from each other. You guys are learning from me. It's, it goes hand in hand. It's not just one way of like, I'm the master and you guys are the students. It's actually literally just everybody in the Bridgemind community. The goal is that we can build the future, and the goal is that we can all encourage and help each other to actually be on the cutting edge of this technology. And after I've seen that a couple times, that's one thing that we're going to be working on. I'm actually going to put up, if we can get to, once we get to 300 likes, that's when we're going to basically go over Claude Skills today, okay? So at 300 likes, we're going to go over Claude Skills. Let me put this up. So 300 likes equals Claude Skills. So that's what that means. 300 likes equals Claude Skills. We're going to, at 300 likes, we're going to set aside some time to basically just as a community explore this and see, hey, how can we improve our workflow? Because as you guys know, Claude agents are one thing, but so if I do agents, I've been using agents a little bit more, right? So you can see Agent Be Coder and Codebase Analyst. And last night, I actually created an additional agent. I'll show you guys that now. I created another agent called like API Security. And basically what this agent does is it is instructed. Actually, where's that? That one, I may have to reset or update my Claude, but it's not showing. Where was it? It was maybe this one here. Let me find. I was working on it actually, it was this morning or last night. I don't even know. I get them mixed up. What's Claude Skills? So Claude Skills, like I've never set it up before. So that's why at 300 likes, we're going to be going over it because it's very important. And Linux, I'm going to pin your comment. Okay, shout out to Hung. Hung's actually here. He said, good idea. I'll walk you through it. Super simple. Okay, thank you, Hung. Yeah, so at 300 likes, we're going to do Claude Skills review, and it looks like Hung is here, so he's going to be able to help us too. But make sure if you haven't already liked the stream that you do. I see we have 89 people watching and only 39 likes, so like it up, guys. Let's go. Okay, so let's do this. The Codex is working here, but we also have a couple Claude agents as well that we want to launch and go over here. Let's see here. Do you have a coding background before now? Yeah, I started like seriously coding every day about 3 years ago, and I have hundreds of certifications and stuff on Codecademy is how I learned. I was self-taught, so I went to school for finance. I basically dropped out of Purdue to be able to pursue AI, vibe coding, software engineering. Let me find, I'm trying to find the Claude agent that I was working with. Where is it? It was in one of these to review. Is it this one? Yeah, it was this one. So do you have any comments or feedback to the other AI agent that you want to share or not? output what you think the other AI agent should have. The Y Sleeper, what's up, man? Carter Sora, what's up? What's up? How's it going, guys? I think a lot of free users come from the streams for sure, but the thing about the streams is I think people they sign up for free plans that want to check out View Creator and check out what we're actually doing, but not a lot of paid users come from the streams because, hey, just because you're watching Bridgemind on YouTube doesn't necessarily mean that you're interested in creator tools and want to use View Creator, right? Okay. Okay, here we go. So we're going to go over to Codex, and I'm going to paste this in. And what I'm using is this is like agent orchestration, okay? So I'm basically using Codex to do long-running tasks, and then I'm passing it back to Claude for like some feedback and stuff. Limited Gaming Zone said, yo, what's up, Limited Gaming? How's it going? Hey, James said, I see you have earned $2,000, but how much have you spent on LLMs? I spend $600 a month on LLMs. That's my budget, $600 a month. All right, so this is running. This is doing, like I said, we definitely, and this is the hardest part, is that, hey, you guys need to understand that, hey, not everything that you do is going to work. Not everything you do is going to be the correct approach, and sometimes you need to be able to have the humility and the confidence that you can take a step back and know, okay, now that I learned, like, even though the team system that we were working on yesterday is probably not going to work and we want to roll it back, even though we lost that, we learned from it. We learned why it wasn't a good approach. We learned, different things there. And I've had stuff like that happen to me all the time. So what we're doing here with this Codex agent was we are rolling things back. But also one thing that we're going to be working on today is I want to show you guys the clipping agent and a couple things about the clipping agent that are pretty cool. We have made updates. Right now, there are some breaking changes in production. So just for those of you that do have View Creator accounts that are paying and are trying to clip, I know NS, Web Dev, Cody, some of you guys in chat, if you guys are here. Right now, our clipping agent is down, not because of some complex issue, but rather we haven't pushed updated code. So things are a little bit out of sync. But something I was working on is this morning, I was working on actually making our clipping agent way faster. So I want to show you guys the speed of the clipping agent and how fast it is now. So let's go to a live, and let's just grab maybe like a 3-hour live stream. I think a 3-hour one would probably be good. Or maybe let's do the NS stream. Let's do the NS stream. This was a good stream. Let's grab this one, and I'll just paste this in here. And this is, we'll do auto. So this is going to calculate credits, and this one is actually going to cost quite a few credits. 474 credits. But this looks good. We have it on auto. Let's generate here, and this is a 2-hour and 37-minute clip. So does that 600 comes under profit money? That 600, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you doing the whole project yourself? Yeah, most of the projects I've done myself. I'm also working with a couple of people from the Bridgemind community that are on what we're calling the Vibe Coding Super Team. Where do you get paid users from, if not from the streams? Well, we have a bunch of marketing and stuff that's going out, so I can't tell you exactly where we're getting them, but we get pro users like on the daily. We get some ultra users, which is always exciting when people do ultra, because obviously, that's $50 a month instead of $20. And right now we are over $500 MRR, so we're doing better and better every day, but we're still not at the point where, hey, I think that once we're at $10,000 a month in MRR, we'll be feeling pretty good. But let's go here, and I just want to show you guys a little bit about how this clipping agent actually works. So let's pull up Warp, and all right, let's do, would you like to run the following commands? Okay. What is this doing? npm run migration revert. Okay. So this is reverting the migration for the team schema. We have to make sure that we're careful here. What do you think is the best way for a beginner to learn code with purpose to become UI, UX dev, and web developer in this day? I mean, definitely, if you are not vibe coding and you're not using AI in your workflow, that is not good. People even now, they want to see you using this. They actually want to see you using AI because AI does make developers way more productive. Now, what's going on here? Is this 75? Do I need to rebuild this? Oh, so this is a super long video, isn't it? Yeah, so I think that's what this is, isn't it? Yeah. So look at this, it's downloading a massive video. Yeah. So let's see this. So what's going on here? Okay, cool. So it did just kick this off. So video duration, 157 minutes. I wonder how many clips this is actually going to create. That's going to be interesting. But you can see that this is now, so now it's transcribing audio. That's the first step of the clipping agent. All right, perfect. All right, awesome. All right, so let's pull this up. So this is going to be processing, but the next thing, really the important agents that we're working on is this codex agent, which is going to be running for a while. It's currently been running for 3 minutes, but it also is in process of removing just a ton of functionality because we basically need to roll back the Teams functionality that we did yesterday. So that's all right. But let's pull up the agents functionality. And, you know, we can't really test this until we get to a point. Let's pull up Cursor, and I actually want to log in via Cursor. And we're going to be working with Cursor a little bit while these warp agents run in the background. Let's close this here. And I'm going to show you guys what we're going to be working on. But let's open up the browser tab, and let's go here. Go to sign up, and then let's log in. And we're just going to log in here. All right. Yeah, Offer John, we've had a pretty large rollback, unfortunately. All right. All right, so here we are. So watch this. When I click post now, we have these different, you know, format types. You have different content types. You have short video, long video, multi-image post. You have single image, right? So if I do single image, right? Like, let's do single image, and I don't actually have an X account connected. So let's go here. And, okay, so something I want to update right now is actually trying to work on this last night. Like, stuff like this, just like, hey, this here. Review how the publishing section here is at the bottom. I don't like that. The publish now or schedule being at the bottom. Put this at a better position on the page. It doesn't make sense it being at the bottom as this is a critical factor. Alright, so I'm going to do Gemini 3 Pro on this. Max is fine. But then I'm also going to drop in the pages reference. And then one really nice thing about Cursor that's new is that you can do this. And you can take screenshot, and it's going to upload the screenshot that you're looking at. Aperium, how's it going, man? Ricky said, did the workflow video you made yesterday on stream upload? I actually didn't upload that one. It was a little bit, chaotic for the YouTube videos. I kind of want to make them a little bit more like calm. Sometimes on stream I can be like, it's got the music in the background, which is great on the stream because everybody's just vibing and working and grinding along. But just for a YouTube video, it seemed like I was like, you know, probably gonna make a little bit more of a condensed, you know, cut video that's more a little bit more professional. Okay, so I've rebuilt and restarted Genesis. So let's go and let's actually check how that's doing. So over in Docker here, you guys can see that that's still running. And what's crazy is that this morning I was able to get our clipping agent running a lot faster. That's one thing that's very important. What panel do you use for your websites? What do you mean, what panel? All right. All right, let's pull up this. All right, Cursor. But yeah, at 300 likes, we're going to go over Claude skills today. So that's going to be one thing that we're going to do to try and improve our workflow. So at 300 likes, I'm basically going to be doing an in-depth deep dive on Claude skills. And we're going to try and improve our workflow. How do I play this music on YouTube? Is it copyright free? Yeah, this is AI music that I made. Okay, so one thing that I will say is you guys know that I'm very, very hard on, I'm against OpenAI and Codex. I don't think that their models are great. But like I always say, you know, there sometimes is a place in your workflow for different tools, and I have found the place in my workflow for Codex. Yes, it's slow. Yes, there are problems with it, but I will say, like, for stuff like this, where I know that I want it to be running for, like, you know, 30 minutes or 45 minutes, this is actually not too bad. It's, I've got it on GPT 5.2 high, and it is slow, but I will say it's able to just work really long, and I find that it compacts a little bit smoother than, let's say, an Opus 4.5 would in Claude Code, which is fine, but just like something interesting that I've learned that I may start to implement that in my workflow. All right, so let's go check up on Cursor and see what it did here. So Cursor, it did do, okay. Great work, you put it up there, but also I just don't think that it looks very good. Maybe instead of having this publishing section, do you notice how there is a Publish Now button in this section here? Maybe we could remove this section here. I mean, look at this. This actually is like Cursor. You can just see I'm using the div selector and just boom, 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 selecting all the different divs. Hold on. This is not picking up on what I'm trying to select, though. So that one, for some reason, it's not inputting that. I don't know why. I mean this section here. Like, this just seems a little bit redundant to me at this point. Tech Friend said, love your work. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I think that this section where it says choose when to publish your content, I feel like that can be removed, and then we can do something where the Publish Now button can be used for both. Like maybe it's a button that says publish and then it does a drop down and it says schedule or publish now, and then when they click schedule or publish now respectively, it launches either the modal or something. Rethink your approach and update respectively. How much do I spend on Claude Code per month? I mean, Claude Code is $200 a month, right? Claude Code is $200, and I have the 20x max plan. Good morning, JL6. Good to see you, man. He said he launched yesterday. Launch was a disaster. Code turned into spaghetti and had to delay onboarding for the first customer. Hey, that's all right, man. That's all right. Hey, at least you launched. You got to ship. Better to ship than not ship at all, right? How did you code your backend? What AI did you use? I mean, you can code the backend with any AI. I used everything for the backend. I used GPT models. I used Gemini models. I used Opus models, or Claude models, or Anthropic, whatever you want to call it. And I will say that where I'm at now, I think that Claude Code is probably the best vibe coding tool that there is. Which is crazy. I've come a long way. I know I've come a long way. But I think that it's important, like, hey, you know, if you guys remember back in August when OpenAI launched GPT-5, and especially when GPT-5 Codex launched, GPT-5 Codex was actually really good, and it was the best coding model to use. It was the best workflow to use. It was like just a really good tool because at the time, Claude only had what? Would they have Claude 4? They have Claude 4 at the time. Claude 4 Sonnet, I think they had. And GPT-5 was still better than them. But now, you know, Opus 4.5, in my opinion, is so much better than some of these GPT models that it doesn't even make sense to be using GPT. Sometimes you can use GPT 5.2 extra high if you know that you're going to have a super long running task that you actually want to take a long time. Like there's some instances where I literally know, yeah, I even kind of want this to take a while. Does that make sense? Like sometimes I'm like, okay, so check this out, guys. So here are my clips from this. So check this out. Here's some clips that I just generated from the marketing stream. Check this out.
Noah Sumler. Been vibe coding for a minute. Been friends with Bridge since sophomore year of college, right? And we've been vibe coding since day one, man. We started vibe coding back in ChatGPT days. So
this
yeah,
is
man.
NS.
Bridge's friend. Bridge for the win. And hopefully NS wins and everybody wins. You know, keep moving forward, guys.
Keep moving forward. The quote today: "Keep moving forward." That's an NS. That's an NS quote.
It's an NS quote. Boys.
NS quote. Okay. This is the OG. You know, here's my perspective. All right. There's, you know, as we talk about, it's important in life that you don't get distracted by people that are just gonna, you know, take your time away, waste your time. You drink, you go to parties, you go to bars, you waste your time. NS is not that type of guy. NS is what
we like to move forward around here.
We like to move forward, all right? We've been friends since college. In college, we shared the mindset. You know, we were talking about we were like OGs to vibe coding.
We were,
you
man.
know?
They seen the OG vibe coding screen. Any real seen the OG vibe coding, bro? That's what we were on, man.
Yeah. I mean, so these clips are actually pretty good. How many hours do I plan to stream today? As many as it takes to get production deployed, honestly. What's up, Vikas? What is the total spendings that you're doing right now, like the subscriptions and all? I spend about $600 a month.
We're saying keep moving forward, all right? All right, so if you ever think about stopping,
Think about moving forward instead, okay? Pretty self-explanatory. I just had to put it out there. Keep moving forward, everybody.
Let's
We're
go.
gonna be moving forward today. Hope you are with.
This stream is awesome.
So if your goal is to make money, I think it's probably a good idea to copy the apps that are already making money. Not copy exactly, but you know, app screen time control apps, they make money. Opal screen time control, I think it makes like $200K a month.
Yeah.
You know? So you don't.
This is a good stream. But you can see, I mean, it's working, right? But something that I want to talk about, and now I'm going to use, I was actually using a Codex agent for this. Yeah, WNS, W Bridge, let's go. Yusuf, what's up? Yeah. Okay, so I was working with this one here, and yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, Codex is running here. It's doing a good job. Okay, feedback. Okay, yeah, there are so many issues with this clipping agent. Yeah, so you can watch me prompt. I'm just going to stream my conscience here. You guys are going to hear what I'm thinking. I need you to review the auto system in complete depth. Right now, it seems like there's almost just like a hard cap on how many clips that it creates with auto. For example, I dropped in a 2-hour-long stream and it only created 5 clips. Why did it create so few clips? Because there were a lot more clips than that. Would you identify, don't do any coding, but just do an in-depth review and identify why it's creating almost like a max of 5 clips on auto. Is there any code that's causing this? Review in depth and pinpoint why this is happening. All right. I did hit the Claude limit yesterday, but I didn't hit it on the weekly limit. Like, if I go to my Claude usage, I hit the Claude usage, and I'll tell you why I hit it. I was launching, like, multiple instances at once. So if you guys didn't know this, in Claude, you can actually run multiple agents at the same time inside the same conversation. So here's where I'm at this week on Claude usage. Only 1% this session, 6% used this week. So my plan reset last night. I did hit the 5-hour session, but there was, like, a reason that I hit it. I was literally launching, like, multiple agents at once, and I was like purposely like kind of like pushing it to the limit, but okay, phase 5 will be messy. Okay, so this is running. So these, we're actually doing a little bit of Codex today. I know guys, it's surprising. The piece of last said cool Fi will literally help your workflow so much. You got to check it out. It makes your site so much easier to deploy as well. I've never heard of that. All right, so we're just gonna do like some in-depth reviews with Codex here. All right, so watch this, guys. This is gonna be cool. So I go over here and I'm just gonna add the view creator create UI, run npm run build and fix any build errors. Also, where is so let's launch these 3 agents. UI, run npm run build and fix any build errors. And then this one, same thing. View creator admin UI. Run npm run build and fix any build errors. All right, so these 3 agents are all now running. And what I want to do now is I need to pull back up cursor, and let's see if that worked for this page here. So as you guys know, we were working in this post page to just make it so that the publishing button was not like here. Let's turn that off. Bridge mind, short video, yes. And then here, okay, so you guys see this? So this simplified a little bit. That's not needed though. This button isn't even needed. This button in div section here is not needed. Remove it completely. Vika said, did anyone tell you look like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho? I don't get Patrick Bateman. I do get Tom Holland a lot. Yusuf said he almost hit his weekly limit. Hunk said, once you enter multiple agents workflow, you can never go back. Seriously, too impatient for just one at a time. Yeah, the one thing about multiple agents workflow is it does burn through tokens. So like I've said, I've said before, like, hey, when you're using Claude Code and you have the 20x plan, you pretty much get unlimited usage, but that's no longer the case for me because now I learned how to launch multiple agents at once, and that actually burns through tokens pretty quick. Alala said you can also use anti-gravity credentials on OpenCode, right? I don't know. Okay, great, but now it's still in this grid layout. Make sure that the upload media section and then the post section that's underneath is now spanning full width, and that grid system is now removed. Yeah, it's this section here. So I will say that, hey, the ability to do this and drop in these divs in cursor, that is like good. That is actually really, really helpful. Also being able to take screenshots, and that's why it's like, hey, there's multiple workflows that work. I don't think that there's one like singular thing that's gonna be right. I mean, there's just whatever works for you, and there's also different use cases that you can use, right? So let's go over here. This codex agent's still running. This codex agent is still running. We're kind of trying to fix this here, but look it up on search. It will help so much. Just search Coolify. It's free and open source. What is it though? You're not gonna tell me. You gotta tell me what it is. Appearance Claude Code relies on session, so we can save tokens. I heard this, that in the same session, if you run multiple task limits, get over soon. Is that true? Like, how is your experience? Yeah. So I was doing this yesterday where I was running multiple tasks and multiple agents at once, right? So you can, if you guys didn't know this, like I can go over here, right? And I can, let's say I launch a Claude agent here. Let's just launch this and I'll show you guys this right now. So I'll do like view creator API, and then I'll do, let's say the view creator, or hold on, we're in Genesis right now. So let me get out of Genesis. Oops. So let's launch this. And am I in Genesis for like these other things as well? Hold on, let's just double check. Okay, we're good. Okay, let's go here and let's just do, CD desktop. Oh, what the heck? Oh, oops. What is the command to CD into the view creator directory on this computer? It's on my desktop. Thank you, Warp. All right, so I'm gonna launch Claude here, and then I'm gonna show you guys how this works. So I launch Claude, I can add view creator API, and then I can add the view creator admin UI, and then I'm gonna give it like a complex prompt here. So watch this. I want you to use the Codebase Analyst agent and launch 3 different Codebase Analyst agents that will do an in-depth review of admin functionality inside of the View Creator API, as well as the existing implemented functionality inside the admin UI. And I need you to review the existing implementations as well as additional features that need to be added for management of View Creator from View Creator admins. Review and then create a list of different functionality that should be added based on your analysis. Okay, so watch this. So this is what we're talking about right now, and I can even add an ultra think, which will make it think harder, but watch this. So it's going to take in this prompt, and it's going to know that I asked to run 3 different of these Codebase Analyst agents, and then what you guys are going to see, it's going to run 3 of these different tasks that use these agents, and kind of what Aperium is mentioning is that, hey, doesn't that use up your usage a lot? And yes, the answer to that is yes. I mean, I've never even come close to hitting my Claude Code limits until yesterday, and yesterday was the first day that I started doing this. So watch this. So here's one agent that's going to get launched. And literally it says, I'll launch 3 Codebase Analyst agents in parallel. So here's another one. And what's cool is that they actually will work together where, let's say, one will go off to the UI, one will go off to the API. And look at this. You can literally look at it right now. So this one's analyzing the admin API functionality. This one's analyzing the admin UI implementation. And this one is doing gap analysis. So like my prompt was literally to say, hey, go to the API, go to the UI, and check to see like what is the existing implementation, what is the current state of the code, and then help me figure out what features should be added, what's like kind of like low-hanging fruit, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And as you guys can see, it launched one agent, one code base, one agent, another, and then one agent to then be able to process like, hey, look at this. Right now it's in the entities trying to figure out, hey, what is some gap analysis? Like really, really interesting. How many can you start? So Super Combo Gamer, who's a respected member of our community, has launched 50 of them before. So I don't think that there's a limit to how many you can actually run. Okay, so in auto mode today, you'll almost always get less than 5 clips unless the caller explicitly provides max over 5 clips. And even then, okay, I need you to think deeply, because really there should be some sort of implementation where the longer the video, the more clips should be produced, and there should not be a limit on the amount of clips. I mean, there should be a hard limit, like maybe of, I don't know, 50 clips, but it should more so just be able to take in a video, and there should be some sort of algorithm or formula where, let's say I drop in an hour-long clip, it should be in the range of, let's say, 20 to 30 clips for an hour long, just because that's what a user or an end user would expect. Or let's say they drop in a 3-hour video, they should get somewhere in the range of 40 to 60 clips, depending on how many clippable moments there actually are. So right now, this less than 5 clips does not work, and I do not like this functionality. I don't want you to code anything yet, but I need you to look at the existing implementation, and without impacting existing functionality of the clipping agent, I need you to specifically look at this clip max logic and identify how we could build the functionality that I'm asking you for. Alright, so that's Codex. It's going to think extra long, extra hard, and actually I may be changing my tune a little bit on this, on Codex a little bit. How many? Yeah, Coolify is a deployment panel. It streamlined my deployment workflow. That's what it is. Nice. What is the flow of the AI clipping agent? Does it use ML for the face recognition video layout? Yeah, so you can go back and watch how we built that. It's a very complex system. It is complicated. It's hard to build. It's resource intensive. But the grand scheme of it is, hey, you're able to upload a video. It's able to transcribe the video. It's then able to look at the frames of the video to understand what's actually in the video. It's then able to go through a process that we call smart cropping, and then we also implement what's called layout switching based on what's in each frame. So it is a complicated system. But with that being said, guys, Apiram, I think that we can solve this. Hold on, let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups, guys, while this one's thinking. But yeah, if you want to look at like how these work, you guys can see that these 3 agents are working, and you can see that, hey, like if I had just done one request and I didn't ask for 3 agents to be run, I probably would have used less tokens. But look at this, I used 300,000 tokens, which is quite a lot of tokens just in one prompt. So that's why you're meeting your usage clip faster. Yeah, Yusuf said these Anthropic employees must be running at least 100 because they probably don't have a limit. Yeah, they're probably running crazy amounts. All right, I'm going to hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right. So this is really cool. So 4 new features. I don't like that. All right, what's the top? What's up, Blake? Let's go. Sorry, guys. Eating some dark chocolate right now. Yeah, probably Yusuf. That'd be amazing. Should I email Anthropic, guys? Everybody should say upgrade bridge. No limits for bridge. Yeah, let's keep grinding. Let's go. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. At 300 likes, we're going to do a review of Claude's skills. And together as a community, we're going to see if we can actually improve our workflow with Claude. Manual, I spend $600 a month on AI. Okay. Yeah, 100 agents at once. Wade said, yeah, it's a good idea to send them an email. I mean, I'll send them an email, but they don't, I don't know. I feel like they don't really care. I'll send them an email. Hold on, you guys are gonna send Anthropic an email and just ask them? I mean, I don't take sponsors. I don't believe in, I just don't believe in sponsors or monetizing. But, you know, what's interesting is maybe I could get, like, an account without limits for free. I mean, I do genuinely think that they are the best. Hold on, let's look at them on Perplexity. Because, I mean, if they did give me an account without limits, what is the contact email for reaching out to somebody from Anthropic about a partnership? Let's say a marketing partnership. I have, you know, 13,800 subscribers on YouTube and want to reach out to somebody to see if they can basically help my community by giving us referral codes for money off, as well as giving me usage for Claude. What is the contact email for this? All right, I'm gonna make this fully transparent. We're gonna do this together, guys, because that would be nice. I mean, maybe Anthropic could bless the Bridgemind community. All right, the best contact email for reaching out to Anthropic about a marketing partnership is partner marketing. This address is regularly used for partnership and marketing inquiries across their official communications. If your outreach is more about business development or large, okay, blah blah blah. Okay. I am Bridgemind. Tell them that I'm Bridgemind. Hold on, let me just take a screenshot of what we're doing. And I just want to be fully transparent. I mean, maybe we could get it. I mean, that would really help us. Like I said, I have 13,800 on YouTube and one of the fastest growing vibe coding communities on the internet. And note that I need your help writing the email. I want you to share with Anthropic my interest in a partnership. Note that I do not take paid sponsorships, and I'm not looking for a paid sponsorship. Rather, I want a partnership that will enable me to get more usage from Claude, which in my opinion is the best AI model and tool, and to help my community. Help me write an email to them. All right, we'll see. Could you make it clear and concise and shorter? Apparently the community thinks I now look like Patrick Bateman. Tom Holland is dead. What happened to Tom Holland? All right, hi Anthropic team. I'm Matthew Miller, founder of Bridgemind, a fast-growing vibe coding YouTube channel and community of 13,800 developers. Claude is the core AI tool in my workflow, and I want to feature it even more deeply in my content. I'm not seeking a paid sponsorship. Instead, I'd love to explore additional Claude usage for my live vibe coding streams and build referral or discount codes so my community can get easier, cheaper access to Claude. In return, I'll integrate Claude organically in my daily streams, tutorials, and builds with clear attribution and transparent explanations of how I use it in real products. Okay, cool. All right, that looks good. All right, let's just, let's do it, guys. Yeah, let's do it. Let's send this email. All right. All right. Let's, all right, so, all right, 2, and it is, Anthropic here. All right. That looks good. Should I include the, yeah, let's include this. All right, cool. All right, I sent it. We'll see if that's actually a valid email, but I just sent that email, so full transparency, guys, that would be cool. I think that would be a good thing for our community. So W's in the chat. I'll keep you guys updated with that. I mean, I don't know if they'll, respond, but yeah. All right, also, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's see here. I think that actually went through. All right, so here is the email that I sent, just so you guys can... I'll drop this in the Discord, just for full transparency. I think that would be cool for us to have. And anything like that, I just want to, Cool cat here. All right. All right, so yeah, here's the email that I sent. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. But yeah, I mean, I think it would be nice if we get a deal. It's like, hey, I feel like in terms of like what I have looked it up before. Usually, people that have a channel that's this size, sponsorships can get up to like 10,000 per. So instead of me taking that money, maybe we could just basically get free Claude for the Bridgemine community. I mean, that would be sick. We'll see, though. I'll keep you guys updated. All right. All right, deleting files in bulk. This one's been running for 35 minutes. That's crazy. I mean, Codex is definitely different than Claude. That's for sure. All right, let's go here. All right, that looks better. Yeah, I think there's a new OpenAI image model soon. Yeah, the bridge army's winning, guys. I'll keep you guys updated. All right. I mean, this looks good. We just have to... We need to push to production as soon as possible. Because there's just, like, hey, we gotta get testing. In auto mode, max clips equals none. Should stay none all the way into the calculator. So okay. Alright, Yusuf, we'll do. Good luck at the gym. Alright, how to build the behavior you want. Design, no code. Oh, whoa, we just got an email. Imagine. Imagine they're like, no, it's not. It's Sentry. Imagine, though, they email back immediately. Yeah, I saw that. They exceed a trillion on the first day. All right. What are your thoughts on this? Also, I need you to also think about a better progress update system. I want you to review the... Oh, I'm only in Genesis. That's the issue. All right, so I'm going to do a better update here as well. I'm going to CD out of this here, and I'm going to launch Codex. And I know, you guys are shocked. Codex, I know. I need you to do an in-depth review of the database entities related to AI clipping, as well as the Genesis project in the webhooks and all of that logic associated with AI clipping agent. And then I'm going to drop in the ViewCreator database. I'm going to drop in the ViewCreator API. And I'm going to drop in the ViewCreator Creator UI. And I'm also going to drop in the ViewCreator Genesis project, okay? And the reason that I'm running Codex is because I will say Codex can be an asset in your toolkit. If you have a limited budget, I would not recommend using Codex as your main tool. It's going to be slow. but I'm using it right now because this extra high model will run for like 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and it will be able to get pretty far or generate really good plans. So I want you to create a structured plan. Do not code this, but just create a structured plan of how we could improve our progress system. So for example, when a user submits a job right now, there is no feedback to the end user about how much time it's estimated that it will take to generate the clips, or the progress percentage of how long or far into the progress of actually generating the clips it actually is. So what I need you to do is I need you to review this, and I need you to review the database architecture. So I need you to review the entities in the database as well as the API, and I need you to review the webhooks in Genesis as well as in the API, and I need you to review the front end. And I'm considering adding additional columns and then improving the webhooks so that we can improve the estimated time and the user experience, so that users know, first of all, how far into creating their clips the agent actually is, as well as the estimated time that it should take to create the clips. All right, so I'm gonna do this one, and this one's gonna think for a while, right? And that could be a good thing in this case. Also, it looks like, is this one done now? No, this one's still working. I mean, this one's been running for 40 minutes, right? And I will say, these Codex agents do run for a while, and there is a place in your workflow for that, and I kind of am finding where that actually is. So it is interesting. It's very interesting. All right. The piece of last said OpenAI is so behind. Yeah, they definitely are. I will say, though, you kind of have to look at these tools and not get a bias or take too hard of a stance, because the tools are vastly different. I mean, you look at Claude Code. Claude Code isn't thinking on something for 40 minutes. I mean, it can, but this is like normal for extra high. So just kind of interesting how it's doing that. Yeah, Movie Musical said calculate finish time for, yes, exactly. All right, so let's go to this here. I mean, we just need to get this up into prod. We need to get up into prod, but we're waiting on this one to finish, because this one was rolling back quite a bit of our logic here. Scheduled post. Why is that updating? Oh, it's okay. This is almost done, because this is running npm run build right now. Perfect, perfect. All right, so we're almost done here. Also, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. At 300 likes, we're going to be doing a review of Claude Code skills. So that's why that's up on the screen right now, is if we can get to 300 likes, we're literally going to do a breakdown of Claude Code skills, which I've never used before, and we're going to see if we can actually improve our workflow together as a community. You know, I don't use Claude Code skills, but I've heard that it's like really good. So if we can get to 300 likes, I'm going to set some time aside, probably about 30 minutes, to actually do a review of this. But you know, something that's on the board today, if you guys missed the start of the stream, is push your limits. I wrote that up on the board today because you know, it's interesting because this agent right here is actually rolling back a ton of the changes that we made yesterday for this team system and this team architecture that we were discussing. And, you know, you can see even here, deleted team invitation, and we're actually rolling back a lot of that code. And it's just because, in my opinion, after I considered and thought about it a little bit longer, I realized that probably that's not the direction that we need to head right now. And I put push your limits up there because, you know, I've been grinding so hard, and, you know, to get to a point where you literally have to roll things back, and it can be a little bit discouraging. But you have to remember that when things are hard, when things are discouraging, when things are difficult, when you don't want to keep going, that's actually how you prove who you are. It's very important. What's your favorite coding language? I would say English is my favorite. Hung said, one more soda model before Christmas, and this year will be immortal. Please, Anthropic, Google, yeah. Yeah, Codex longs for a while. Which IDE is this? This is Warp. The Wise Sleeper said, Codex for in-depth reasoning and planning, Opus for correct execution and coding. Yeah. All right. Go here. Run npm run test and fix any failing tests in. All right, we're getting ready to deploy to production here, guys. We have to get to production as soon as possible. It's just very important that we get there because, hey, if we keep everything local, if we keep everything, where we're at now, gonna be an issue. We got to ship. Yeah, B-Tune. So what's interesting is I genuinely, and this is just hey, you guys can watch, be a part of the community, not be a part of the community, watch or don't watch. But really, in my opinion, my perspective is that in 5 years, nobody will actually be coding anymore. It's all going to be agentic coding. Right now, the best word for it is vibe coding. But really what it is it's agentic coding. That's what this is. And this is the future of software development. And, in 5 years, people just aren't going to be coding line by line anymore. It's going to be something that you can do for fun. I mean, you can look back and you can think about it like this. Hey, when computers first came out, you look back at Bill Gates, right? And Bill Gates, they put it on those cards and you would put your program into the cards. You would give it to the people. They'd run your program and then you'd be able to change it in your cards, right? That's how programming and coding used to be. And then it evolved and it is what it was, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and then now with AI, it's changing once again. And rather than even having to write computer line by line, computer code line by line, now you can actually get AI agents to do it all for you. So when the piece at last asks, hey, what's your favorite programming language? I'm not even kidding. I'm actually being serious. It's English now. You have to be technical. You have to understand, architecture and the best practices and things to be able to instruct in English. But yes, English is now a programming language, and that is the best programming language in my opinion. All right, 45 minutes. Let's go. All right, so this is updating for any failing tests, and we'll be able to test this up into production in a minute. Ton of changes that we need to push. I mean, that's why we have, our biggest goal today is just to deploy to production. All right, test, that looks fine. Remove Creator UI Teams features. Okay, good. All right, we are almost done here. But yeah, these Codex agents will run for a very, very long time. Yeah, Zane, that's already worked. It's actually not this. It's not a. So that's another reason that we have to push to production is there is an issue with the Google OAuth. It's been a known issue for about 2 days now. I just haven't been able to push to production. But yeah, that's going to be fixed once we push to production here in a couple minutes. Thank you. As Ann said, actually any language is programming language now. I am from Pakistan and I can code in do you? Yeah, any language. You guys get what I'm saying, though. Just any spoken language is now the way to do software development. All right, this is patching. B-Tune said, yeah, that's a solid take, but wouldn't you say that it is very helpful to know how to code so at least you know what is happening? Yeah, I think that my perspective on it is yes, 100%, but I think there's a difference between knowing how to be a software engineer and knowing how to code. They're two very different things. Hey, a software engineer, for example, I've worked with people that were very, very technical, but they did not write any code, right? The last startup that I worked with a person that he was a senior engineer, and I did most of the coding, and he did most of, I would basically come to him every day, and I would say, hey, here's what I'm working on. We would work on the Trello board together, and he would say, hey, do this, this, and this. And he would give me the tasks to actually go out and do, and we would work together to say, okay, this needs to be done. How are we going to do this? You're going to go here, here, and here. And he was a senior level engineer, and he actually was not that good at coding, right? But he was a software engineer that was a senior level software engineer that was able to manage teams of coders or software developers, people that would actually be doing the code writing, right? But he himself was not actually that good at writing code, right? So I'll give you an example of this. Now, it's essentially everybody is him, right? You just have to be good at managing the people that are going to be doing the coding for you. You have to be good at managing the people, or in this case, the AI agents that are going to be actually doing the code writing for you. So no longer do you have to be some expert writer at code. You actually just need to understand the best practices, the actual architecture, the different flows, everything about software engineering you still need to understand. But now, instead of actually going in and writing code line by line, now, just like in that example, in that analogy of me being the one that was going and writing the code versus him being the one that was kind of managing the project and being the project manager and saying, hey, we need need to do this, and you need to go write this, and you need to go build this feature, right? And I was the one doing the coding. Now I'm the project manager, and all of these AI agents are the ones doing the coding. So I don't think, like, I'll see a lot of people come into the comments and say derogatory things, and it really just goes right over my head at this point. It doesn't bother me one bit, because if you're not seeing the way that the future is headed, I honestly don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to get you to see that. But I think that if you've been in the space long enough and you see how fast it's evolving, and you've got a taste of it, there's no going back. I don't know what you guys think, but let me know. Hung said, the best skill to learn in a few weeks that will help you a lot in this new area is to learn CLI commands. If you have time, learn system architecture via books, courses, and practices. Yeah. Daylight said, I am new to your stream. Can you please tell us what you are building? We're building ViewCreator.ai. It has about over 1,400 members now, or people that have signed up, and we're at $500 a month MRR. So getting up there, guys. But really, we haven't even started marketing. As you guys know, this Friday, like, today is important because today we have to deploy to production, and hopefully by the end of this stream, we will have created our first agentic workflow that is going to Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook. So this then will be a complete replacement of Hootsuite. As you guys know, I was using Hootsuite for a while, and I was spending $400 a month. I actually used the free trial, so I didn't actually spend. I canceled my free trial. But this is literally an agentic way of using Hootsuite. You don't even have to create any of the metadata. You don't even have to manage it. I mean, literally, right now, while I've been on stream, I've had agents posting for me from ViewCreator. B-Tune said, wow, that opens my mind a lot. Thanks for explaining it. Yeah, absolutely. And I just, and that's the thing is, like, hey, if people are going to be derogatory of what I'm doing or whatever, if they're going to hate on me, hey, I'm a person that can take it. So, that's okay. I'm just going to share. And even if you're against what I'm doing, even if you don't believe in it, I'm just showing you, like, even if you don't think, you guys can disagree with me, and I totally understand that everybody has different perspectives. What I will say, though, is let's say that you're a beginning developer, you just started out. How are you going to be more capable in the future if you learn how to code line by line, or if you jump into agentic coding right away? You're going to be better off jumping right into agentic coding and then learning the best practice principles, like the overarching principles, so that you can be that overarching engineer, right? So you can be that project manager, because that's the way that the future is headed. So just understand that that's my perspective. That's one person's perspective of somebody that's been doing this for 3 years. I could be totally wrong. I don't think that I'm wrong, but I could be. So, I want to be humble and just say, hey, this is the way that I think things are headed. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. But I think that the people in this community are seeing the way that things are headed, and I think that we're all in agreement of, yeah, this is the next, then this is the future. Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. At 300 likes today, we're going to be going over Claude skills, and we're actually going to be implementing Claude skills. So this is just something that we're going to be doing as a community to actually improve our personal workflow, right? So Claude skills, a couple people from the community, Super Combo Gamer and Hung, have mentioned that, hey, Claude skills, and WDN have said that Claude skills is actually the #1 way to improve your Claude workflow. So I have not done it personally, and again, I say this often, but I'll just say it again. Being a part of this community is helping me just as much as it's helping all of you, because we're all learning from each other, right? And I'm not the vibe coding master, right? Then you guys are all my students, right? We're a community. We're all on the cutting edge of this technology. There's workflows and things that I don't know, and if I don't know them and you guys are seeing my workflow and there's ways that I can improve, let's improve it together. Let me know and we'll do it together. Everybody's going to be able to learn, and that's what the BridgeMind community is all about. So if you have not already joined the BridgeMind Discord, make sure you do so. I'm going to give a quick shout out to some newly joined members of the BridgeMind Discord. We're at 1,617 members. Big shout out to newly joined members today: Coco Thant, Serenity, Alexander Thompson, Sammy, AJ, Copper Heater, Groovy, and 81 Kong. I'm going to drop a link in the chat. I appreciate all of you for being a part of this community, as it is the fastest growing Vibe community on the internet right now. Nobody is doing it like us, and there's a reason for that. I think that when you cut all of the nonsense out, and when you're actually just trying to build the future, and you're trying to be on the cutting edge of this technology, and you're not doing it with some ulterior motive, I think that that's sets you up for success, and that's what this community is doing. Zane said, what AI integrations are you using in ViewCreator, and how do you know what model is working for your requirements? What do you mean by that? because I'm using OpenRouter, and like, for example, you can integrate with different models inside of OpenRouter. So for example, like, hey, what is here? What is going? Okay, context compacted. So after 51 minutes, we ran out of context. So do you guys see this? So this is like the risk here. So this agent ran for 51 minutes, and this is the one that's kind of doing like a rollback of the team features from yesterday. And, you know, it got compacted, and now it's having to analyze more, which I'm not a huge fan of, but now it's, you know, reviewing this. I hope that there's not a bunch of issues here. Godspell said, some people are accusing Anthropic of nerfing Claude Opus. Is that true in your experience? I don't think that they nerfed it. I will say it does seem like I hit my limits a little bit faster yesterday. I will say that, but I'm not sure. I haven't noticed that they've nerfed it. I have seen a couple things like that, though, online. All right, hold on here. Let me, we got some sad music. That's a vibe coding, no talking type of vibe. Hold on here. Here we go. Hold on. Hung said, if you see other folks vibe code that I will not name, you will know there are levels to this. Vibe coding is a skill, 100%. I know what you mean, man. Does Warp not have a revert feature? Well, remember, we're not actually using Warp. We're actually using, we're basically just using Claude inside of Warp as an IDE. Why is this updating the pricing language? I think this is confused. Oh, maybe there was, oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's interesting. Godspell, it didn't throw you off. It didn't throw me off, but I will say that after just like kind of sitting on it and thinking about it, and this is why I was talking today about just like pushing your limits, because I wasn't not necessarily discouraged, but I was a little bit like, man, I feel like I was a little bit off yesterday in what we ended up building, at least in the Teams feature. You know, we didn't just work on Teams. Teams was like the main thing that we were working on yesterday, but I think that I did a little bit of a misstep just in terms of, oh, shoot, guys, we have an email. Let's see if it's Anthropic. Oh, no. It's not Anthropic. It's not Anthropic coming to bless the Bridge Army. Imagine we get an email on stream that says free Claude Opus 4.5 for all. What would we even do? Blueberry said, bro, I tried Warp and I instantly ran out of credits. How do I use it with my own Claude Codex subscription? Yeah, so I don't use Warp with the actual Warp subscription. So for example, like I just launched a new tab, right? Do you see how this acts as like a terminal? So literally if you just run like Codex in this, it's gonna run Codex, and then you're not actually using Warp's model, you're using Codex. So this, when you launch this inside of like, and you can also launch Claude, right? So boom, there's Claude, same thing. And so this is just a better way. Like I wouldn't use Warp myself. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with Warp. I'm just saying that I personally do not use Warp. I actually use Warp as like an IDE for my agents. I don't even spend any money on it. It's kind of nice. Try using KiloCode. I might try KiloCode at some point. I've heard that's gotten a lot better. Yeah, if it is nerfed, you may have to break up the task more. Yes, potentially. All right, so we've got a couple more tests that are getting completed right now. Aperium said that Anthropic will give for sure. I mean, here's the way I look at it. If somebody in my position can get $10,000 for doing a sponsorship with Claude, why could they not allocate that $10,000 just towards the community, right? And that's kind of my point with, hey, positioning BridgeMind as a vibe coding community rather than just you know, kind of taking the traditional path of content creators, which like, hey, like I'm gonna get rich from you guys. I think that if as a community we can all win together, then ultimately BridgeMind is gonna go way further. We're gonna get way further as a community. We truly will be on the cutting edge of this technology. And for example, if we could get a partnership with Anthropic, if they say, hey, yeah, I mean, we'll make a partnership with you if you use Claude Code or something in your streams, which I will do. I mean, I'm inherently doing it. But if we could get some type of referral code, or if we could get some free credits, or if I could personally also get like unlimited credits and also bless the community, then that's a win. That's a bigger win than any amount of money to me personally would do. That's just the way that I think. But just sharing, I mean, that would be a big win. That's why I'm being transparent about it. I think that's the right way to do it. And what I don't like is I don't like when I see like other content creators that are in this space, they'll be like the best vibe coding workflow, right? And this is what I'm a little bit wary of and what I want to be careful about and why I'm being so upfront about it is that, hey, if I was to have a video that said my vibe coding workflow, and I won't name them by names, but I have seen other content creators do this, where they'll literally say the best vibe coding workflow to use right now, right? And they literally just plug all of their sponsors. And I'm like, well, is that actually the best vibe coding workflow, or is that just who's giving you money, right? So that's what I don't want to turn into. As you guys know, it's like I love vibe coding. I mean, some of my favorite streams to do are the vibe coding no talking streams. I don't know if you guys knew that, but for example, last night we had a vibe coding no talking stream, and there was like, I think the stream got like over 1,000 views. I think that like 80 people were watching, by the end of the stream, and we're all just grinding together, right? And I have so much fun doing that because I just genuinely love vibe coding. I've been doing this for 3 years. I would be doing it regardless if I was streaming or not. And yeah, when you guys are a part of BridgeMind, if you're in this community, then that's what you should know, Hung said, very unlike as the compute cost is so intensive. Oh shoot. Anthropic calling. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I don't like how this truncated because now it's going to take even longer for it to finish, but that's fine. Do I know the basics of coding? Yeah. Are we close to 13,900? Let's check. Let's do a quick sub check, guys. I mean, what's crazy is that, oh wow, we actually are. That's insane. All right, here's where we're at. We're at 13,861. So maybe we could get to 14,000 on stream. I mean, for us, that's actually not that hard. Only 140 more, 139 more. That's not bad at all. We could definitely get there, guys. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. What platform are you using? What do you mean? All right, so right now it's removing all this Teams functionality, and then after this is done, we'll be able to actually push. Also, let's do a checkout here. So DB migration. So this is the potential updates for adding just like a better progress. So it said decide the canonical fields that the UI can rely on and keep them stable across all refactors. Progress percent must be monotonic. Interesting. Okay. Okay, gotcha. I am using Cursor. I'm using a variety of different tools, though. If you guys watch the streams, you'll kind of get it over a period of time. What's cool about what we do here is you guys are just watching my actual workflow, and okay, hold on here. Okay. Would you create a README that documents a plan of potential updates that you would make? And then I'm going to use this README to get another AI assistant's opinion. Max said that only about a month ago we were around 5,000. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, so I'm going to do a README. Thanks to Piece of Last. Let's go. Yeah, I think we'll hit 14K today. NYDX said, with a mindset like this, you already won in life. Transparency, community, value exchange, support. You are winning big time, and I think you will be more blessed than what you are hoping for. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, yeah. I mean, I just honestly hope that we can, if you guys are in the Discord, you can see we were kind of talking a little bit back and forth this morning, but it's like, hey, if we can create a community that is positive, that has a positive impact on the world, and that helps each other and lifts each other up, then I think that we'll have accomplished a lot right there. you know, just as a community. And yeah, like from my perspective, yeah, if we could get a deal with Anthropic where, let's say that, yes, I agree to, you know, use Claude Code. But the thing is what I want to watch out for is I don't want to do any partnerships. And I think that we're in the position, this community is in a position where we could do partnerships like that, where, for example, and I'm being serious about this, let's say that a normal deal with Anthropic, they will literally give you, you know, $10,000 to do a sponsorship, right? If you, I mean, the community has incredible engagement, and my true perspective is, hey, if we could actually just take that money that you would have given to me personally, I don't want the money. Let's give that back to the Bridgemind community. And I think that would be a good thing. Are you making a web app or a mobile app? This is a web app. All right, here's the README. So the README is this one here. So README AI clipping progress plan. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to open up a Claude agent now, and I'm going to have Claude check the work of Codex here. So now I'm going to add this README. So README AI clipping. I need you to review this plan in complete depth and identify if you have any comments or things that you would like to change. This was done by another AI agent named GPT 5.2. Yeah, the piece of last time won't stop. Shout out to Wise Sleeper. He's been a great member of the team. Appreciate you, man. Blueberry said, I'm curious how you manage your backend and how your AI has context for it. Yeah, so I use a NestJS server, and then I use Docker as well to run this, and I run an AWS Fargate, so I use the ECS Fargate, and it's actually not too bad. It's pretty good. Okay, npm run build. Looks like this is almost done. So guys, I think that within the next couple of minutes, hopefully 10 to 15, just depending on, I mean, this agent's been running for the last hour, which is just crazy. Let's go. We're almost there, guys. Yeah, exploring API leftovers. So I will say, you know, Codex, it does take a while. I mean, an hour is a long time. But the question that you have to ask yourself is this going to be like a complete cleanup? Is it going to have done it completely correct? And we'll have it. We'll have another agent double check its work. But I will say I am pretty impressed, like so far, just in terms of as I was watching it run, it seems to me like it was able to do a pretty good job. So you just have to understand, I mean, an hour and 6 minutes, that is a completely different, you know, that's a lot different than what Claude would have done. Thoughts on EC2 versus ECS? I mean, it's just server versus serverless, right? So, I mean, you can use EC2 inside of ECS. I mean, you can have an EC2 server that's running, or you can use Fargate. I choose Fargate just because I like the serverless approach better. But I am an ECS fan for sure. I do not, no. How much does that hour run cost? Probably not very much. But I also have the ChatGPT Pro plan, so I doubt that it even used that much usage. We can do a check, but good old OpenAI makes it hard for you to see the usage. Agent ran for an hour. How much did that cost? I mean, yeah, that's the thing is that, so two people asked that question, and really it's less about how much that cost, but I mean, I'm just using the ChatGPT Pro plan, so Last Sentinel said, good afternoon, W, for the TikTok verification. I can't wait for the official V2 launch. Great progress on the platform, and we're almost hitting 14K WW. Let's go, Last Sentinel. Shout out to Last Sentinel. You've been around for a minute, man. You've come up from we came up from the trenches together, man. Let's go. All right, summary of recommended changes. Interesting. Great work. Would you literally write a memo with a prompt back to GPT 5.2? Write a memo. Zane, the AI clipping tool is actually going to fail right now, believe it or not. So like I said, there are breaking changes. That's why we need to get to prod as soon as possible. There are a couple things. For example, Google OAuth is broken. And also AI clipping, it's actually not broken in production. The issue that we're having is that we actually changed the DTO on the webhook. So your clips are going to get created, but you're not actually going to receive the clips back because the webhook DTO did change, and we haven't pushed to production for the API. So we do need to but just wait for me to finish, and then you'll be able to try it a little bit more organically. But actual gap. So this is a 10,000 character memo back there. Yeah, OAuth. What am I using for voice to text? I'm using Whisperflow. Google OAuth is working. There were a couple issues with the auth system is all I know. Sign up. Auth was down for some people. Also the sign up, you know what it also was? It was that it was throwing a failure, and it was saying that the sign up failed if you didn't check the terms of conditions. And we made it so that it was a little bit more user friendly, so that it would actually say, so that it would say like, hey, instead of it would say like, hey, you didn't agree to the terms and conditions. So that instead of saying sign up failed, it would say, hey, make sure you check this, or that the button doesn't even show. Okay, it looks like this is done, so we're gonna be able to push this here soon in a minute. Let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. Push-ups and pull-ups. Let's get it. Let's also move the desk up. Let's go. W's in the chat. Let's get it. Go. Let's go, Linux. All right, also, hold on. Turn this computer on. All right, I'm back. What's up? Hey, Super Combo Gamers in the chat. What's up, man? He just dropped a OpenAI link. Is this a new model from them for their image model? Let's see. Okay, introducing ChatGPT images. We're powered by our new flagship new image generation model. Stronger instruction following, precise editing, detail preservation, 4 times faster than before. Rolling out today in ChatGPT for all users and in the API as GPT Image 1.5. Okay. What do you guys think? So GBT image 1.5 is what it's called. Yeah, Max said I'm 50,000 views away from 1 million. Yeah, that's crazy. I did see that. Yeah, we just stay grinding the piece, and it's like kind of interesting because, hey, my perspective on just like, hey, fitness and stuff is, honestly, fitness has really crafted a lot of my mindset on stuff because, I think I started working out very early. I have older brothers that I look up to, and my oldest brother got me into, exercising and fitness when I was like, 13 years old, so very young, right? And, I think that with fitness, for those of you out there that are, let's say interested in fitness, or, whether you're happy about your fitness or, upset about your fitness, here's the thing about fitness, and I think that applies to a lot of other areas of your life, is that if you just are consistent and put in the work, it's literally like a math equation, right? And I think, honestly, what that taught me early on is that a lot of things are like that. If we show up every day and we vibe code every day and we work hard every day, we're going to also make tons of progress. We're going to get jacked in a different way, right? So when it comes to like just being good, physically fit, it's like, hey, that's a math equation, right? And anybody can do that. It just takes consistency, dedication, determination, work, effort, and you can do it. PNK Sound said, since working out with you on stream, I notice I'm a lot healthier feeling. This is a fun grind set. Let's go, man. Let's go. That's awesome. All right. Okay. So let's see. So this one ran for 1 hour and 12 minutes. So I just want to use, honestly, let's just use a Gemini 3 Pro just because the context window is so large. Let's make sure it's on max. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the API. I'm going to add the view creator admin. No, actually, admin I don't think needs it. The creator UI. I'm going to add the database. And I'm going to add the just the marketing website. I need you to confirm that we have properly cleaned up the team functionality. This agent ran for over 1 hour, and here is what it said. But I need you to double check its work, do an in-depth review, and identify if there's any remaining code related to this functionality. Make sure that the migrations were correct and that it's all cleaned up. All right, perfect. Okay, Daily Dose of Positivity said, hey bro, where do you think I can learn C++ the fastest, and is there any specific website, or maybe should I do projects? I mean, I think that the best way to learn is just by doing projects and building, right? I mean, there is some layer of, let's say, knowledge that you do need to gain to get started, but you no longer need to do like courses. I mean, you can get started very quickly just by building and learning as you build with an AI assistant, and then you can also do that in just a lot of different ways. I mean, you can do a course. That's how I started out, but would I do that again if I started out again, like on Codecademy? I mean, I probably would, but also, AI wasn't as good back then. So starting out on Codecademy was actually better than like ChatGPT 3.5, right? But now the tools are way better than they were then. So that's just something to consider, right? Something to think about. But yes, I agree with you. I think that is the best way for sure. Okay. Somebody said, how long did it take you to make your revenue? Do you have a full-time job or a freelancer? No, so this is my full-time job. My perspective that I have is obviously, this is all taking off. I think that the BridgeMind as a community is probably the fastest, most engaged vibe coding community on the internet. And you can say that with confidence. I mean, just by looking at the scene and some of the competitors in the space, so to speak. I think that we actually do have something special here. So in order to lead that community well, I need to be all in. And as you guys know, I made that decision when we passed like 5,000. I've been all in for a while. But yeah, this is my full-time job. Moving Musical said, if you take time to take care of yourself, it births confidence, discipline, and a sense of self-worth. 100%. Yep. Super Combo Gamer said, you have a ChatGPT Pro account. Try the new image generator. It does seem faster, but not that fast. Okay, let's try it out. So Gemini 3.0 is working for us in the background. Let's try out this new model. So I do have a Pro account. So let's just open up ChatGPT. And I'm not even kidding. Like, ChatGPT kind of gives me the ick now. It kind of gives me the ick. I don't even know why. Okay, so image, is image an option here? Web search, GitHub. So if I just use normal, is it going to do it? Create an image of a sunset in the mountains. All right, create an image of a sunset in the mountains. Sparseable said vibe coding final boss right here. Let's go. So they said that it's faster. We'll see. Imperium said, I wasn't knowing that when I got 14 months free Google AI Gemini and Google One subscription, but guess what I have? Anti-Gravity Pro plan. I am shocked now. All Indians don't know this. What is it? Oh, I mean, was that fast? I mean, what do you guys think? This is the new image gen. What do you guys think? Yeah, it does not seem that fast. There's an image option on the sidebar. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Huh. Create an image of a hyper-realistic German Shepherd jumping over a car. The car is a Lamborghini. That's so random. Sorry. Alright. Okay, so there is this images, but it's literally just puts you into a new chat. And then, yeah, this is the new image 1 model that OpenAI just released. Yeah, it is not that fast. They couldn't do 69 before. They can now. Oh, okay, that's actually cool. What voice-to-text software are you using? Why not using the Mac built-in one? WhisperFlow is nice. I think it's better. Yeah, I use WhisperFlow. All right, German Shepherd jumping over a Lambo. I mean, what do you guys think? German Shepherd jumping over a Lambo. It's way faster than before, as Sam said. Goofy image. Yeah, the dog is too big. Create a hyper-realistic image of the galaxy. I mean, these are like bad prompts. I don't know. All builds have now. All right, there's a little cleanup here. All right. Small Lambo. Try the same prompt with Nano Banana Pro. All right. Spiral, galaxy, environment, deep space. What about like, does it still do that thing where it like doesn't allow you? I mean, that's just such a basic image. Why are these also, are these defaulting to 16:9? Is that what they're defaulting to? Can I do a square? Like, can I say, hey, this aspect ratio? Hold on here. Let me do a picture of my face and let's see if it can do, hold on. So let's do this. I'm gonna do a picture of my face. Hold on. Mugshot. Hold on. Let's put the glasses on. Because what's really important is that they get to the point where you can, like, you know, do deepfakes. I know that they want to protect people from getting deepfakes and stuff, but... All right. Drop this in. Here's my prompt. Create an image of this man on the moon with the BridgeMind logo and text at the top of the image that says BridgeMind on moon. All right, and then we'll go and we'll grab the BridgeMind logo. BridgeMind on moon. Make it a 16:9 aspect ratio, please. Please. So this will, I mean, this will see, I mean, that's actually like I guess, I mean, we can post that on X. 16:9. Try editing or altering images. That's how we can judge. Image gen is not too good. That actually is very well said by Hung. So this, I'm curious as to see how good this is. Create an image of this man on the moon with the Bridgemind logo in text at the top of the image that says Bridgemind on moon. Make it a 16:9 aspect ratio. W's in the chat. Let's go. Add Sam Altman begging me to use this model. Yeah, you should do that. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, that's actually pretty sick. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. What do you guys think? That's actually pretty good. I mean, it did 69. That's pretty good, guys. I mean, let's post on X. What's it called? It's called Image Gen 1. What's the new model called? Hold on. It's called OpenAI. What is it called? GPT Image 1.5. All right, you guys can go check this out. Here. Also, if you haven't already followed me on X, go follow me on X. That's sick. All right, I mean, not bad. I mean, I don't know why I put the astronaut in the background. Look at this astronaut. That is so random. Is that J35? Is that J35 in the background? Yeah. Hold on. We can do better than that. Okay, this is actually not too bad. I don't want to get sidetracked on using the new image model, but that's actually not too bad. All right, hold on here. We can get creative. We can get real creative now. All right, let's get a picture of Sam Altman. All right. All right, hold on. We'll get real creative now, guys. All right, hold on. Let me get the glasses on, the Vibe goggles. All right, W's in the chat, guys. Make sure you follow me on X. All right. All right, hold on. Hold on. Let's get a mugshot. I love how all my like thumbnails and stuff, I'm never smiling and stuff. All right, this. All right, perfect. And then Bridgemind logo. I mean, I will say that I do notice an improvement compared to their last model. Create an image of the man from image 1 that is in the glasses with his hands on his hips while Sam Altman kneels and is begging him with a cartoon text bubble that says, please use my model, and then have a text bubble from the man in the glasses that says, nah. And make them be on the moon, and at the top of the screen or of the image, make it say Bridgemind on moon, and make it a 16:9 aspect ratio. All right, let's try this. We're pushing it to its limits. All right, we're pushing it to the limits. All right, so we're gonna create this image here, and we'll see what it's able to create. So it's gonna create. You guys can see my prompt. So I literally said, so this is the new GPT-5 image 1.5, and we'll be able to see what it creates. I mean, I'm interested for sure. I mean, typically OpenAI is obviously very far behind, but we'll see what it creates. So it's gonna make Sam Altman is gonna be kneeling, basically begging me to use his model. But we'll see what it does. Ah, shoot. All right, I'm getting a call. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to mute my mic. Hold on. I have to take this. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Jeez. What do you want? Okay, I know you're watching the stream. No. No, I used codecs this stream. I used it. You don't have to worry. You're worried about the image that's gonna create? I mean, I'm just joking around. No. Sam, I'm just being realistic, okay? I mean, I'm creating an image of exactly what's happening. I mean, you're calling me right now midstream. You need to chill out. You know, I think that you're taking this a little bit. I use codecs in the stream. Yes, I did receive your wire transfer. All right, let me do my thing. All right, jeez. All right, sorry about that, guys. That was NS. All right, so this looks like, I mean, this is a pretty accurate representation, don't you guys think? I mean, this doesn't look like Sam Altman at all. Yeah. All right. I mean, we can do X, right? Bridgman on the moon debate. That's funny. They're trying to plug. Yeah, no. All right, hold on here. All right. Ian with Redbird. Let's go. All right, so we'll upload this. All right, nice image, Mont. All right, GBT image 1.5. GBT image. All right. If you guys haven't already followed me on X, go do so. Go like up those posts. We're actually almost at 600 followers on X. All right, that's not bad. Was this a reply technically, or what was this? Not bad. All right, so it looks like we're good here. Are we good? So this was critical. Okay, do another in-depth review and identify if we are good to go now. Tell Grok to recreate it. I don't want to go off the deep end, guys. Let's get refocused. But yes, that was, I will say, just quick review. Not bad. Didn't Grok come out with Grok Imagine, right? Yeah, spacesuits. Yeah, true. I mean, I will say it's doing a pretty good job, but like, look at Sam. I feel like Nano Banana would have gotten this like totally dead on, right? I mean, we can do a test. We could try it. But aren't I right in that like Nano Banana could do this way better? I mean, we can try it in View Creator even right now. I mean, let's go to View Creator, because in View Creator we use. Let's actually test this out. Let's test this. So let's go to Create over in View Creator, and let's use. Hold on. Let's do Configure here, and what we'll do is we'll use Premium. We'll do Transform, and we will do literally all three of these images that we uploaded. I did this one. I guess we don't still have them. Hold on. So we're gonna test. Let's test. Try with Nano. Yeah. So this is Nano Banana Pro is Premium over on View Creator. So let's do this. Hold on. I'm gonna get another pick here. So we'll just do. Hold on. And we'll give it the exact same prompt. Try to get same image, or at least close. All right. So then drag and drop this one, because I will say it did not get Sam's face very good. I mean, maybe Sam doesn't want his face and it detects it and says don't make it accurate. I mean, not really, that wouldn't happen, but you guys get my point. I mean, I didn't think that the faces were very realistic. Sam's face was kind of messed up. All right, so let's do landscape 16:9, resolution. We can do 4K, and then let's just paste in the exact same prompt, right? All right, let's try this. Generate. All right, we are good to go, it says. on the refactor here. So actually, let's get ready to push to production here. It looks like we're done, but we are kind of testing this out. Chat, what do you guys think? Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we are up to, we're only 5 subscribers away from 13,900. We're going to go and try and get 14,000 today. I think we can do it. Only 105 left, and we've got 171 people watching. Also, just as a reminder, we are going to do a review and a workflow improvement using Claude skills at 300 likes. So right now we have 172 people watching. If you have not already liked or subscribed, make sure you do so. The Bridgemind community is the fastest growing, most engaged vibe coding community on the internet. If you want to learn vibe coding, if you want to be on the cutting edge of this technology, join the community, get involved, help other people learn. That's what it's all about. And, you know, I say this often, but guys, you know, if you're a part of our community, you know, and you see people that are asking questions, what happened here? Timeout exceeded. What did I do? Hold on. No, still working. But, you know, if you guys are, here it is. Oh, whoa. It did a, that's interesting. So do you guys see that? So, Nano Banana was off on that. That's just interesting. Yeah, that was not good. That's interesting. Well, we can come back to that. Alright, so are we good to go now here? New image gen is actually pretty good. I would say that that's actually, the image gen 1.5 is pretty good. Or GPT image 1.5 is good. How much is it though? What's the price? Now I'm curious. Now we're going off the deep end. Alright, image gen 1.5 API. How much is it? Whoa. That's per million, obviously, right? I wonder how much it is actually for... I wonder if it's on FAL yet. It's probably on FAL, right? I would assume that it's on FAL. Come on, let me log in real quick. I would assume that this is already on FAL, but here's the pricing on it. But this is per million, right? Input. Image gen. GPT. It is not yet on FAL. Alright. Not yet on FAL, guys. Alright. Alright, let's get back to vibe coding. Let's get focused. But yeah, really interesting. That's actually, I would say, an improvement for sure. Definitely an improvement. That was Pro. We were using Pro. V3RD said had many bad Nano Banana Pro images lately. Yeah, that's interesting. I was surprised it like made it a cartoon. That's just interesting. I mean, maybe I could be more specific with my prompt and have it come back, but just interesting that it did that. Low quality. Max said low quality 1 cent per image. Medium quality 4 cents per image. High quality 18 cents per image. Wow. I wonder which one it is natively though, right? All right, we need to push this. I think we're ready. All right, let's just make sure though that we can do everything normally here. All right, let's go to cursor. All right, so let's go to warp. And I'm just gonna do a quick like for agents, Claude, 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 run npm run build and fix any build errors. All right, do this. View Coder UI. All right, 167 people watching. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going for 14,000 subscribers today. I think we can hit it pretty easily. Let's see here. Yes, same thing. And then over here, I'm gonna do the same thing with the API. Question is, did this build or did it just update the plan? Okay, cool. So we can update that later on. All right, cool. What Claude plan am I on? I'm on the Claude Max 20X. What tool were you open to use this many Claude codes? This is Warp. It's totally free to use this. I just use it. I started using this last week. Yeah. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to new members of our community. So right now, last time I checked, we were at 1,617. We've gained 8 new members. So I want to give a quick shout out to those new members. Shout out to Marat, shout out to Tenshi, shout out to Sirius, shout out to Home Dev, shout out to A Container of Shorts, and shout out to Dzuk. If you guys have not already joined the BridgeMind community on Discord, make sure you do so. I just dropped another link to it in the chat. Join over 1,600 members of the fastest growing engaged vibe coding community on the internet right now. Could I share a link to the playlist? Yeah, for sure. Here you go. What app am I building? I'm building View Creator. Yeah, I use CodeRabbit or Greptile. I have them, but I don't use them a ton. What are the drawbacks of vibe coding? I think the drawbacks are, hey, unless you know what you're doing, you can cause some issues. You can definitely cause some issues if you don't know what you're doing, so be careful. Somebody asked, is Gemini 3 good, and what model would you recommend for someone who doesn't have money? So it's less about what model would you recommend for somebody that doesn't have money, and it's more like what tool, right? Because there's certain tools that you can use, like different AI for free. So I think anti-gravity, somebody can answer this question, but I think anti-gravity is literally using it's free right now, right? Run npm run tests in the API and fix any failing tests. But yeah, I mean, I think the right question to ask is what tool rather than what model, because what models are usually, I mean, inherently expensive. I will say though, there are some really cheap like Chinese models. There's some cheap, like GLM 4.6 is a cheap model. You don't have to use Frontier, but you're going to get a much better result with Frontier. Also, guys, we hit 13,900 subscribers. Thank you. We're only 93 subscribers away from 1,400. Where were we even at last week? So last week we were at 11,600. Now we're at 13,900. Yeah, I mean, this is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now, guys. It's going up pretty quick, and I really appreciate you guys. But you know, the thing is that first and foremost, this is a community, and as you guys know, I sent an email to Anthropic a little bit ago, and it's like, hey, and this is just an idea that I had, but it's like, hey, if I'm not taking sponsors, and if I am not trying to basically enrich myself personally off of the back of the BridgeMind community, but what if we actually could partner as a community with Anthropic, where instead of paying me personally $10,000, I mean, I'm happy with what I'm doing now. I love the community. I love what we're doing. So maybe instead of that $10,000 going to me personally as a creator, maybe that $10,000 could be going to free Claude credits for the entire BridgeMind community, right? That's just an idea. I'll throw it out there. Like I said, I did send them an email on stream. I'm being very transparent about that. But yeah, I mean, if we could get an Anthropic partnership where they give credits to the BridgeMind community, that would be a huge win for everyone. So we'll see, guys. I think it's time to actually deploy this code. So let's pull this up here. Give me 1 second. Let's go here, and I'm actually going to deploy this now. So let me go here. I think we're ready to go, guys. Let's do it. All right, I'm pushing. All right, let's go. This is a huge accomplishment for today. Question is everything going to deploy successfully without like a bunch of merge issue? I do think that we have a merge. We're going to have a merge issue with one thing. Let's pull it up though. All right, also, we've got 198 people watching. If you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we're deploying to production for View Creator, so I just need to go to GitHub and actually get this deployed. But yeah, like I said, you know, Bridgemine's the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. Highest engagement, highest support, highest everything across the board, and there's a reason for that. So let's just keep doing what we're doing. Code Rush said push-ups for success, 100%, man. I'll do them in a second, but let me actually get this kind of configured here. I think that this is going to have a merge issue. This I don't think is gonna. Yeah, it cannot automatically merge. Let's go here and solve the merge conflicts. Yeah, so let's resolve conflicts. So yeah, so merge conflict in the DCO here. So give me 1 second. All right, what agent was even working on this? It was, can we find it? Let me try and remember which one it was. I think it was, hold on, let's exit this. It was, I think it was the Codex agent. But the problem is if we use Codex, it's going to take like 10 minutes to even do it. So let's not use Codex. All right, let's do this. Review the merge conflicts here. Somebody said recommend an AI for vibe coding. I would definitely say like Opus 4.5 is definitely the leader right now. All right, here we go. Output the completed GTO file for the AI clipping webhook file, and I want it to have the correct code resolve the conflict. By correct code, I mean the code that we have locally. All right, cool. But yeah, guys, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, right now we are at 13,913. We're gonna go for 14,000 today. AKM said Twitter. XCarm said Claude Opus 4.5 feels nerfed. I don't know. The output code is not as good as it was a couple days ago. I don't know. I think that people keep saying that. I've been seeing that on social media, but I don't know if that's necessarily true, right? Zane said, I'm wondering how people using AI in their SaaS and getting incredible results. I'm getting nothing when I use them in a project. What do you mean you're getting nothing? Like just that, like you're not getting revenue results, or just that, what is that? Could you tell us how you create multiple agents to work on different features? Yeah, so if you guys watch the live streams, you know, my approach to it is, hey, you know, the Bridgemine community, if you guys are new here, we're a community, that's what we are. And, you know, we're building the future together. We're on the cutting edge of this AI revolution together. We're all learning from one another. Okay, hold on here. I didn't want it to do that. Oh well, it's fine. Zane said AI is not working for me as expected. I think here's the thing is that a lot of people, they'll come and they'll kind of bash on vibe coding and they'll bash on agentic coding. And the thing is just in the way that there's a skill with software development and writing code, there's also a skill to agentic coding. And there are different skills. They're completely different. And I think that you just have to personally choose which horse am I going to bet on? Am I going to bet on this horse that's evolving incredibly rapidly, or am I going to, you know, continue with the horse that's been being used for the past 10 years, right? And yeah, I mean, I would advise that you start doing agentic coding for sure. Let's try that again. Revert those changes. I did not revert the changes in Git, but just I messed up. Oh, how do I handle database migrations? I can show you guys that. Sorry, I'm like in the midst of like of pushing to everything to prod right now, so I'm a little bit sidetracked. All right. I did not want you to do that. I literally just wanted you to output the code for me to copy and paste into GitHub. Would you please revert the change that you made? Revert by just updating the file to what it was before. Do not roll back Git or anything. Just, let's rewind. What am I doing? Okay, so one thing that you can do is you can rewind. This is one thing that's nice about Claude. You can rewind here. Restore conversation. So rewind, nice. So that's going to restore the conversation and the code. Okay. All right, let's also look at this. This one, let's see here. Yeah, Claude's definitely the best sub at the moment. Valganev said, I started watching you like 2 weeks ago. I was wondering if you can tell me what tool do you use to handle Postgres migrations? How do you handle migrations? Yeah, so I do have a project for that. So that's a TypeScript project where I'm using TypeRM and you know, you basically set up I actually have it Dockerized as well so that I can deploy it, and based on like different GitHub actions and different pull request labels, I can actually do migrations that way. So, you know, you store I can just show you the code. Let me just show you the code. So yes, so inside of ViewCreator, I have this database repo, and this database repo, if we get a source, you have the entities, enums, and then migrations. So here are all the migrations that I've run over the course of this project. And what's nice is that the migrations can be generated automatically. And what's nice is, you know, I have these GitHub actions here. So here are the workflows. I have database ECR and the database migrations. And based on the migration that you run, for example, if you're pushing to main with a certain pull request, it's going to run migrations. And yeah, it's really nice. I like using it like that. But hold on here. I've got an issue on my end. I've just got a simple issue, but trying to get everything pushed here. What open source AI tool would you recommend for building? I actually cannot give you a super good tool for that. I know that there's a couple people in our community like WDan. I don't know if he's even here, but yeah, there are definitely tools that you can use that are, you know, open source and whatnot. But I personally do not use a ton of open source, so I'm not the best person to ask for that. All right, so this is merging into main, so we should be good here. All right, cool. Oh, Linux also uses open source. Okay, Linux, thank you, Linux. Linux said open code would be a good start. Yeah, Linux is like super good with open source. I totally forgot that Linux was also on that. So yeah, WDan and Linux, those are two people from the community that use a lot of open source. But yeah, so Linux said open code. Thank you, Linux. I remember before joining this community, I was also a vibe coding skeptist. I only used AI for research, but not for coding. Now I have saved months of work by integrating it into my dev workflow. Let's go, dude. We're all learning together, you know? Also, we're almost at 200 likes. We're only 3 likes away from 200 likes. Let's get there. And then at 300 likes, we're going to go over Claude skills, like I said. And I'm really excited to get to 300 likes so we can do a review on that, because that's going to basically improve our Claude code workflow. So I'm excited to do that. Shout out to Linux. Just so you guys know, so for anybody that's new around here, Linux is our community manager, and Linux is, he's actually been here since day one. I'll never forget, on the first day, he was like, hey, do you mind if I he didn't say, do you mind? He was like, hey, I'll be he basically volunteered to be a moderator, right? And I didn't know how lucky I was that we crossed paths, because he's just done a great job. Yeah, I mean, we've built a community, and the reason that we built a community is because we've built such a good team, and I'm just really appreciative of all you guys. Thank you, Linux, for all that you do. W Linux in the chat. Let's go. Yeah, I'll keep grinding. Is Claude the best in your opinion for vibe coding? How is it in comparison to Codex from OpenAI? Yeah, so the comparison between Claude and Codex is pretty like easy to make. I mean, if you're gonna choose one over the other, you're definitely gonna want to choose Claude. What I will say is that there is areas where you should use Codex. So for example, like I can even just show you an example of like today, you know, we had this huge rollback that we needed to do, and because I have both the ChatGPT Pro plan and I also have you know, the Claude 20x Max plan, I'm able to use both for different reasons. So where even is it? It's this one. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. But like one thing to know about Codex is when you're running Codex, you're going to be running things for like a very, very long time. I think it may be this one. Yeah, so look at this. If you look closely here, you'll see this one worked for an hour and 12 minutes. So this agent literally was working for an hour and 12 minutes. Now, this was a large task, so it makes sense that it ran that long. But I knew that I needed to hand it off to an agent that was going to basically work for like over an hour, and I knew that Codex was probably the best agent to do for that. So, you know, my point with that is that you need to understand not only like, hey, one over the other, but also if you are using both, you probably need to understand when to use which in your workflow. Okay, it looks like we are, what do we have here? Okay, gotcha. So we have some things that are failing here. All right, so let's launch Claude Code, and I'll run it in this one here. Review this. Why did this fail? And so, for example, I just passed in like a ton of logs. The API failed to deploy, and I passed in a ton of logs, right? And hey, why did I use Claude there instead of Codex? Well, if I had passed it into Claude, or if I passed it into Codex, it would have taken 20 minutes for it to finish. I'm not kidding. It would have taken 20 minutes, right? So you need to be smart in which models you're giving it to, because Codex, you know, the tokens per second on GPT models is 40 tokens per second for GPT 5.2, and then for Claude Opus 4.5, it's 89 tokens per second. So you need to be, you know, understanding of, hey, which model, you know, speed does matter in 2025 and going into 2026, is that, hey, model speed is way more, I mean, it's always been important, but it's becoming more and more important. Education, yeah, you can look at that, what Nightbot said. Also, shout out to the Y Sleeper, you're doing a great job, man, thank you. Aperium said W Linux, let's go guys. What do you use for streaming, and how do you get the music which is not copyright? So I use OBS, and then in terms of music, I just play, I mean, the thing is, I all right, so your question is like a good one, but because I don't monetize, I don't care about copyright, because basically like people that are trying to make money off of YouTube, they'll like play either no music because they don't want to get copyrighted, or they'll play music that's like royalty free. And I just play like whatever music. I do have a channel that makes like AI music, and that will help me not get like, you know, copyrighted. But I don't monetize this channel. For if you guys are a part of this community, you guys know why. You know, I think that if I monetize, it's a little bit of a conflict of interest, because if you monetize, if you take on sponsors, that is going to be the driving force behind why you're creating content or what you're doing, right? So I don't monetize, I don't take sponsors. You know, but you know, yeah, I mean, I just yeah, so to answer your question, I kind of do use copyright music just because I don't really care if I get copyrighted and demonetized. Thoughts on Warp? Best alternative I've run out of my $200 a month. I mean, I don't use Warp natively. I use it with the CLIs. Linux said that OpenCode has the ability to bring your own keys, but they stand out for new users. Is free models like Big Pickle at the moment? Oh, what a name! So Big Pickle is a open source model. Yeah, I know nothing about open source. I don't do open source. I'm fully Frontier. Yep, ViewCoders, the app that I'm vibe coding. Yes. I have not experienced that issue, John. What system or process do you use to test real-world scenarios with different roles and logins, AI agent possible? What do you mean, just like when you're testing your application? Also, guys, while this is working, this is like the last thing that we need to do. Couldn't I get like a Claude sponsorship? Well, yeah, that's what we were talking about. I mean, I did send an email on stream to Anthropic to see, hey, maybe we could, less about a sponsorship and more of like a partnership for the Bridgemind as a community. Like if they could give us 10,000 and if they could give me like infinite Claude credits or something like that, then that would be worth it, right? Like if I could get infinite Claude credits and maybe they give us $10,000 worth of like referrals for the Bridgemind community, I mean that would be a huge win. All right, hold on, I'm gonna hit some push-ups while this is working. Go. All right, United States. All right, I'm gonna hit some pull-ups too. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go, Roxy. This one's taking a while. 5 minutes on Opus is weird. Guys, do you remember that influencer that we rated yesterday? I got an email from him today. If you guys were on the stream yesterday, we rated an influencer. So this influencer kind of like, he basically like cooked me on X. And the funny thing is his X post got like 75,000 hits. He took a screenshot of what we were doing, right? Just like with the multi-agent workflows, and he posted it. And then it was funny because that post that he made literally blew up. So it was just kind of funny because just that his post blew up. So then we rated him yesterday, and he was on stream, and we rated him and just spread positivity. And it was just cool because, you know, I think that when it's like, hey, it doesn't bother me if somebody's going to be negative about agentic coding, that's fine. Or what I'm doing, that's fine. You know? But just to be able to basically respond to negativity with positivity, I think is pretty cool, and I appreciate you guys for helping me do that, because basically he was streaming yesterday, we rated his stream, we drove up the like count, we drove up the viewership, we spammed the comments, and it just put a big smile on his face, and you know, that's what the Bridgemind community is doing, and that's what we're made of, and you know, that's just a cool part about the community, is that we can do that for people, you know? Alright, so we do have issues here, so I'm going to create this pull request, but we do have, you know, these merge conflicts that we do need to fix. Let's resolve these. hold on here. I'm actually going to use Claude for this, which is interesting, but resolve these merge conflicts correctly. I want to use the incoming changes. All right, cool. Would you use comment agent browser to use as different users? Oh, to test? I'm not sure. Roxy, let's go. Aditya, what's up? Roxy said, I love people who work all day on their stuff because I do that too. That's what we're all about, man. Let's go. We're grinding. How's it going? What challenges are you facing? It's going pretty good. Right now, we're deploying to production. We've got some merge conflicts right now. So we're just going to patch those up, get it deployed, and we'll be good. Aditya, I don't think you can send links or the Nightbot's going to stop you if you're not a mod. Why Sleeper said check the Discord. Hey! Look at this guy's setup. This is sick. I don't know who this is, but this setup is sick, dude. Whoever that is, shout out to you. 3 computers. That's awesome. Let's go. All right, cool. Copy. All right, also, I want to give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the BridgeMine Discord. Big shout out to Leo, Chris, Marat, Tenshi. Shout out to you guys. Welcome to the community. I'm happy that you guys are here. Let's confirm the merge. How do I handle the YouTube API limits? They're actually pretty gracious. So, like, when you do start meeting them, right, when you do start having issues and you start getting close to them, you are able to, you are going to be able to request for more. But to start out with, they're actually not too bad. But let's see here. Did the database deploy correctly? Let's check. I don't think the database deployed. RIP. Ooh, that hurts. That's not good. All right, the nice thing is if you guys didn't know this, you can actually use Claude and Cursor to be able to manage your AWS infrastructure. So for example, I have a command in here called view creator AWS. I now need you to review the database CloudWatch logs because the migrate prod job failed to run when deploying to production. Review the logs and identify why this happened, and then review the code and figure out why the migrations failed to run in production. All right, dang. All right. All right, so I basically have a command, and I have the AWS CLI hooked up on my computer. And what I do is I can give Cursor full control and Opus 4.5 full control over this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Opus 4.5, I'm going to say, hey, go up to my AWS and go check the CloudWatch, and then come back and see what's wrong. I can't show you guys this just because it's sensitive, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Zuhaib, what's up? 200 watching. You're about to hit 14K subs. Yeah, man. Getting pretty close. Zuhaib, also shout out to Zuhaib. Zuhaib was one of the first people that was a watcher as well. It's pretty cool. Come a long way. Speaking of 14K, here's where we're at. We're only, what is that? Hold on, my AI brain. ChatGPT. Just kidding. We are 62 subscribers away. Appreciate you guys. Definitely gonna hit 14K today. And like I said, you know, push your limits. You know, when things are difficult, when you're discouraged, when you don't have the energy, when you're pushing as hard as you can, that's when you actually grow the most. And I believe in that. All right, so these are all running. Okay, Codex responded with this. Now review and evaluate. Yeah, big W, let's go. Oh shoot, is that Anthropic, guys? Every time you guys hear an email on my computer, it could be Anthropic telling us that they're ready to hand us the bag. What is it? The clipping agent, right? Yeah. Now respond with another memo back after you review in depth. What AI is being used for the clipping agent? A bunch of them. The clipping agent's pretty complex, but yeah, we're just as a note, you know, that should be down right now. The webhooks, I think, are failing with 404. All right, guys, we do not have a response from Anthropic yet. What terminal IDE are you using for Warp? I'm just using Claude Code inside of Warp. Thanks, Uhaid. Appreciate it, man. Crunchpan said, I'm joining the Discord to surround myself with more productive people. Let's go. Let's go. That's why the community, that's what the community is here for. What is bypass permissions? Haven't seen it before. Yeah, so when you have this turned on, it just makes it so that you don't have to continue to click like, yes, make this update, yes, make this update. So when you have that on, it makes it so that you don't have to, like, by default, Claude makes it so that, you know, you have to approve the things that it's doing. So right now I'm now writing a memo from Claude back to GPT 5.2, and this is just agent orchestration, right? Yeah, this is the Claude CLI, yes. All right, so let me see if our cursor, I can't show you guys that. Nice, gotta love that from OpenAI. All right, so yeah, so that should be good. Codex type of things. Okay, I want you to be the one that updates the README. Codex sucks. Great work. Would you please run npm run migration run in the database directory locally and confirm that it does run correctly? All right, also guys, we're up to 222 likes. Once we get to 300 likes, we're gonna do a review and a test of Claude Skills. As you guys know, people are actually saying that Claude Skills is the best way to prove your usage of Claude Code. So at 300 likes, I personally do not use Claude Skills. So once we get to 300 likes, which we will get to it, just depends on you guys how fast we get to it. But you know, as soon as we get to 300 likes, we're gonna be able to kind of review that and be able to say, hey, how do we start to integrate this in our workflow? And we'll do it as a community. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And we also are going to be hitting 14K here soon. Let's check where we're at. Oh my gosh. Well, this is crazy. We're out to hit 14K. Jeez. Run 3 Codebase Analyst agents to do another deep dive on this plan and add any logic or comments or thoughts to the README. It's very important that we get this right. All right, so if you guys didn't know this, you know, you can use Claude Code and you can create agents inside of Claude Code, and then you can actually launch all of these agents at once. So right now I'm kind of working, like, if you guys see my setup, this is the monitor that you guys see here, and then I have another monitor on the right, and on this monitor over here, I've got cursor open. I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but I've got cursor open. I'm just making sure that I can actually run and fix this AWS AWS issue that we're having of whoa. Hold on here. Deploy. All right, this should work. Let's check if the API was able to deploy. So yeah, so check this out. Do you guys see here how it says running 3 code-based analyst agents? So this will use a decent amount of tokens, so it does depend a lot on like, hey, what plan do you actually have, right? That matters a lot. But here you can see that, hey, it will help to run, 3 agents that are each looking at different aspects of the project. So you can see this agent is analyzing the API plus the database implementation. This one's analyzing the front end and polling, and this one's looking at the architecture plus the Genesis repo, which is the actual AI clipping agent repo. So, you're able to spread them out. They're able to do more in-depth analysis on a particular portion of that task, and then, they kind of then come back together, and then you can update the README based off of what each agent was able to come back with. So now, you do spend more tokens, obviously, but then each of those agents are able to work on a very specific task. And, this is something that I just started doing. And hey, where we're at right now in the world of vibe coding and agentic coding it's an interesting one, because the models have gotten way better, but are we going to have another revolutionary, let's say like probably the biggest revolutionary change that has happened in the past 2 years in agentic coding was actually like agentic, the ability to have tools to update the files for you. So if you guys don't know like how vibe coding started, is that vibe coding started as soon as ChatGPT released. It started to become possible to be able to, and it was even before that for people that were like beta testers of GPT-3 or whatnot. I know that that's a thing, but basically the timeline is, I started vibe coding 3 years ago using ChatGPT to write code, and then I would have, ChatGPT open and then Visual Studio Code open in another window. I would copy and paste my code from my code base into ChatGPT. I would get the response from ChatGPT. I would paste it back in. And probably the biggest revolution or turning point was when we did get agentic tools. So this was like from Cursor, this is from Claude Code. That's probably been the biggest development over this period. But now we have to stay up to date with new features, and one of those is something like Claude Skills or agents. What kind of computer do you have to develop all this? I have a Mac 3 Ultra Studio. Banner General said, I've been making a JavaScript game with Claude, tons of fun, 100%. It started with Copilot. Copilot was like after ChatGPT though, wasn't it? What came out first, ChatGPT or Copilot? Yeah, ChatGPT came out first. All right, let's see this. So I did deploy this. I want to see if the migrations ran. Okay, so it looks like they are. At least the image did push. So we'll be able to know here in a second. So now, look, excellent analysis from all 3 agents. Let me synthesize their findings and add them to a README. So you can see, we deployed 3 agents that were able to analyze it, and then they all came back together to update that README. So very interesting workflow there. Just started using a little bit more. It is token intensive, so just kind of note that. Definitely uses a lot more tokens, but not terrible. Yeah, Copilot was the first vibe coding IDE. Yeah. And even after GitHub Copilot came out, I was actually using ChatGPT I was not using Copilot that much. I was using ChatGPT still. 01 was also a big improvement for coding. I remember the day that 01 came out, I had been working on a feature all day with 4.0, and 01 one-shotted it. Just because the context window got so much bigger. Like, it was able to output way more. All right, let's go, guys. All right, API did deploy successfully. Let's make sure that we haven't like totally crashed everything. Okay, nice. Not everything is broken. Perfect. All right, well, let's get the, did the UIs not deploy? Hold on here. I think we have an issue with the UIs. We'll take a look. Okay, perfect. It does look like we have an issue. We'll be able to patch it real quick though. Yeah. Great work. I now need you to use the agent becoder and to actually now code all of this following the plan. All right, so now I have an agent becoder. Launch 5 agent becoders to work on different phases, respectively, following the plan. After the agents finish coding, you need to make sure that they also update the plan with what they did. All right, so I'm going to launch 5 agent becoders, which is essentially our coding agents. So this is going to be interesting. So we're going to be pushing the limit here. So rather than launching a bunch of different instances, we're instead going to be using just like a different workflow that I'm kind of testing out. We're going to test this out. Once we get to 300 likes, we're going to test out Claude skills, you know. But this will be interesting as well. What are your thoughts on the security risk of using AI code? Well, the thing is that, you know, definitely a consideration. You also need, but you can, it's also an improvement because, you know, you can use AI to be able to do a bunch of security vulnerability probing, right? So you can do pen testing with AI. You can do vulnerability probes with AI. And yeah, I mean, if you tell an AI to build an auth system for you, it's probably going to put it in the JWT in like local storage or like session storage or something like that, right? So you need to be careful with things like that. You need to understand the best practices. At the end of the day, you are the AI is an extension of the developer. So if you don't know anything about security, then hey, it's gonna be pretty hard to work with the AI. But the thing is that with AI, you can also work and learn very quickly. So for example, if I want to implement things and I want to work, I can do things like, for example, I can, you know, drop in my repo and say, what are the best practices? What are the best security, integrations that I need to do for this project? And it'll kind of do a breakdown, and it'll actually do a pretty good job. And you can then learn from it, learn what needs to be done, and then you can prompt it better. So Sunrise Studios, what's up, man? He said, you look like Wade Watts from Ready Player One. Yeah. I get Tom Holland, I get Wade Watts, I get Patrick Bateman. I mean, I guess those are a good thing. It's not like you look like, I don't know, the guy from Dumb and Dumber. I don't know. I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you are the orchestrator. What's your plans for marketing View Creator? So yeah, so this is actually a big thing to note. So if you guys are in the BridgeMind community, as you guys know, this Friday, you know, the reason that we're working so hard right now, I mean, we work hard every day, but the reason that we're working so hard on pushing to production and getting this ready is because starting this Friday, that's when we're actually going to be launching, or at least getting together the team members of our UGC team. So as you guys know, we are building a UGC team at BridgeMind, and this UGC team is going to be able to work closely with myself and with other moderators like Linux, J35, Jesse, other respected members of the community like NS. I think NS is going to be a part of the UGC team, so you guys have seen him before. And we're going to create teams, and at certain intervals, teams will be rewarded for, they'll earn commissions on signups, they'll earn rewards at certain view counts and sub counts, but really we're going to be marketing View Creator using View Creator. So if you guys are new, hopefully by the end of the stream, once I get this all deployed and we get to testing, you guys are going to be able to see what View Creator actually is, and I'll be showing you some of the agentic workflows that we have. But really by the end of the stream, I want to make sure that we have at least one View Creator agent that's respectively and properly running and able to create content and deploy it to both TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and X, okay? That's really the goal of this stream, and I think we're almost there. We just have to make sure that we deploy to production here, and that's what's going on right now. So it looks like our Creator UI did fail, so what I need to do now is let's actually launch 2 more agents here, and we're going to launch one. I'm going to CD into the View Creator UI, and I'm also going to CD into the Creator, or not the Creator UI, but just the normal View Creator UI, because we have some issues with the builds that went up there. So let's take a look at why they failed, and let's fix it. I'm going to download this, download all logs, and then I'm going to just open up this real quick, and it's right here. This is the build. Nice. Review the logs here and identify why this failed. Remember that I am a streamer and that people are watching. Oh, hold on, sorry. review this TXT file and identify why the build failed, and then fix it. The build failed inside of AWS Amplify when I was building in AWS Amplify. These are the logs. Review and implement the fix so that this will build. What happened here? So Whisper Flow, one nice thing is that even if something like that does happen, you always have access to your prompt. So that's kind of nice. Launch Claude here. And then let's do the same thing over in the UI over here. So now this agent is running. Let's go over here and grab this. And this build failed as well. Just download the logs, open them up, drop them in. And then honestly, I'm gonna do the same exact prompt. So it's nice. Reuse the same prompts. Copy this. Paste. Nice. All right, cool. So we have a couple different agents running right now. What am I building? View Creator. Also, big shout out to Y Sleeper. I don't know if any of the higher up moderators like Linux and Jesse or J35, I see Linux, but Y Sleeper is doing a pretty good job. Also, guys, we're only 48 likes away from doing a review of... oh, I know why it failed. The test suites failed, didn't they? What do I think about GPT 5.2 for coding? I think it's okay. I think it's a slower model for sure. All test pass. Okay, also, one thing to know is we are still having this issue where Vitest just like runs in the background. So keep an eye on this. Also, how close are we to 14,000? I'm assuming that we're getting close. Let's do a quick check. All right, guys, we are only 24 subscribers away from 14,000. If you guys are watching and have not already subscribed, we're almost there. We're obviously going to get there today. So W's in the chat. Appreciate all the support, guys. But really just a W community. W for the community. You know, this is basically a community project. You know, we've come a long way, and I just appreciate all you guys for the support. Hopefully Anthropic emails us back. Yeah, it's very slow for sure. I'll keep the sub count up because I think we're about to hit 14K. Have you used MCP servers? I recommend using Context 7. It makes it extremely easier for the LLMs to parse documentation to ensure it's always using current processes. Yes, I've heard that that's a really good one. I don't personally use it. Maybe I should integrate it a little bit more. All right, guys, only 18 away. Let's go. Would you do VC? What do you mean? What's the overall best model for UI making? Probably Gemini 3 Pro. It may be a little bit overhyped on that, but yeah, let's keep growing. Let's go. Yeah, pretty cool. Let's go. 15 away. Also, just a reminder, at 300 likes, we're going to do a Claude skills review. It says that this is now working. Would you run the test suite and confirm that all tests are now passing? And then again, I mean, what's nice, I just reuse that same prompt. Are we having an issue with our Vitest here, though? I'm pretty sure we are having an issue. It's going to run a bunch of these, I'm pretty sure. All right, guys, 12 away from 14K. Let's go. All right, hold on. All right, about to hit 14K. If you guys have been around the channel, you'll know that when we hit special milestones like this one, we usually play some Kernkraft 400. So, all right, let's not hit 1400 yet. Hold on. Hold on. We got to get the Kernkraft 400. All right, guys, let's go. We're about to hit 14K. Let's get the Vibe goggles on. Let's get it. All right, guys, let's go. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, we're 7 away. Let's go. I want you to run the migrations. Generate migrations by running npm run migration generate, and then run npm run migration run. Let's go, chat. We're only 4 away. W's in the chat. Let's go. Let's go, chat. W's in the chat. Let's bring home 1,400. Let's go. 14,000. Sorry, we grew too fast. Let's go, W's in the chat. Let's go. Hey, let's go, chat. W's in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. W's in the chat. Let's go. Guys, we're going to 100K. This is only the beginning. We're going to 100K. $100K, chat. Let's go. Woo. All right. Wow, we did it, guys. All right, thank you, guys. 14K. This is only the beginning. Only the beginning. Remember that. Only the beginning. Only the beginning. Woo! Alright. Thanks for 14K. Let's get back to grinding, guys. You know what we're all about around here. Alright, let's do this. I did add some updates here. But we do need to redeploy this here and this here. And then we should be good. We had one test that was failing, so we just need to redeploy this. But thank you guys for all the support. Yeah, vibe levels are returning to normal. Oh, Linux. W's. Alright. Yeah, we do vibe strong here. Anybody new is probably just like, what the heck? But, yeah, welcome. Also, we're only 17 likes away from 300. We're going to do a deep dive into Claude skills once we get to 300 likes, so. Alright, so this is pushed. We just need to fix a couple failing tests. Should be good to go. There we go. Let's go. Alright, that looks good. Now just the creator UI. I use a lot of CLI tools. Claude Code is definitely the best AI tool, vibe coding tool in my opinion right now. Best IDE is probably Cursor. But all right, these need to deploy, and then we'll check AWS to make sure that they deploy. But yeah, we have 17 more likes, and then we're gonna do a review of our of Claude skills. So, Tech Friend saying congrats on 14K. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, Wise Sleeper. Let's go. All right. So this one here, all 118 migrations. Okay, so it says that the progress system is ready for tracking. I want you to now restart and rebuild the ViewCreator Genesis project so that we can test this locally. So ViewCreator Genesis is our AI clipping agent that we've built. So ViewCreator Genesis, test this, and then let's go over here. I do not want to close this, but I do want to open it and put it up here. So it's this here, and we're just going to restart and rebuild this. Yeah, looking forward to Claude Skills, me too. Yeah, so I've never done Claude Skills before, so at 300, we're all going to kind of investigate this and see, hey, what can we do as a community to actually improve our Claude workflow? Probably a Claude sub is better, I would say. All right. So this is going to build up. It's whisper flow for voice to text. All right, guys, 4 likes away. And then we're going to do a deep dive on Claude Skills because apparently that's the best way that we can improve our Claude workflow. So we're going to investigate it. Pank, what's up? All right, it says that it's healthy. Let me rebuild and restart it. Did it already? Okay, cool. Looks like it's healthy, so let's test it. Let's open up Cursor. All right, also let's just do a quick check and confirm that the build in the database actually did deploy successfully. That was a big thing for us. And then we'll be able to test a lot of this stuff. Wow. All right, it did go. Nice. Perfect. Let's go, chat. All right, so let's go here. All right, perfect. All right, cool. All right. All right, guys, so we did make it 300 likes, so it's time to do this. It's time to do a review. So we're going to spend probably just 20 to 30 minutes, and we're going to investigate. I'm going to lower the desk down, and what I want to do is I just want to set aside some time for us as a community. If Hung's still here, anybody that's familiar with Claude Skills to recommend, what we can do. But what we want to do is we want to figure out, hey, how can we actually improve our Claude workflow? And we'll do this kind of while things are building up in production. Actually, this is perfect timing. So thank you guys for 300 likes. We did it. Rainy Monday said, hello, I just discovered you. Thank you for what you share, and especially for the energy you bring. Amazing. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. So let's go here, and I just want to learn everything that I can about Claude Skills real quick. So let's pull up Google Chrome, and let's just go and let's learn about Claude Skills. So, all right. Do a web search on Claude Skills and find out what Claude Skills is all about, and help me learn about what Claude Skills actually are when I'm using Claude Code and how they help me in my workflow. The Claude Bible. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at this. And, apparently Claude Skills is a big thing now. And it's what they're trying to get people to learn about and use. And basically it's the best way to improve your Claude workflow, and I don't use it. So we're going to take a look at this. Let's just open up a terminal, honestly. So I'll just use one Claude Code terminal here while we're kind of talking here. Okay, so what are Claude skills? Skills are folders that include Anthropic instructions, scripts, and resources that Claude can load when needed. Claude will only access a skill when it's relevant to the task at hand. Think of them as specialized enterprise packages that turn Claude into a specialist. Let me make this a little bit larger. This is important. That turn Claude into a specialist on specific tasks. Skills provide procedural knowledge, instructions for how to complete specific tasks or workflows. The key distinction is that they're not static background info. They activate dynamically when relevant. Okay, that's really interesting. Okay, so how skills work. The core of a skill is a skill.md file with YAML front matter, name, description, and markdown instructions. The description field is the primary signal Claude uses to determine when to invoke a skill. Okay. The architecture is based on progressive disclosure. So Claude scans available skill descriptions, minimal metadata. If a skill matches your request, it loads the full skill.md. Helper scripts and assets load only as the skill executes. Okay. All right, so installation is straightforward. You can register Anthropic skill repository as a Claude Code plugin marketplace by running commands like, okay, plugin marketplace add Anthropic skills. Isn't that now, like, hold on, let's test this out now. If I do, let's do Claude, and then I'm pretty sure if I do like hashtag plugins, and now this now shows up. Is skill one of these? Let's go to S and see if this is skill is one of these. No, it's not. So what about /skill? Nope. Plugin marketplace add Anthropic skills. It doesn't just work in English, it works in any language. All right, so let's try this. So plugin marketplace, so cloning repository. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is the, okay, if anybody's doing this along with me, I'm going to drop this in the chat. I just dropped this in the chat. Also, I'll drop it in the Discord. All right, quick shout out to our Discord community. If you guys are watching and have not already joined the Discord, I just pasted this into the Discord. Right now, there are 1,629 members. Shout out to Adifu and Saeem for joining the Discord community. Just dropped in another link in the chat, but that's the command to install this skill. And then it says plugin install document skill at Anthropic agent skill. So it's 2 plugins that you want to download here. So I'll do this one as well. Install for you, install for all collaborators on this. Okay, I'm going to install it for me. Okay, so I just installed these plugins. So it said, let's just drop this in so it knows where I'm at, right? So let's drop this into the conversation. So these are so I'm going to drop in the second command as well in the Discord. Here's the second command that I just ran if you guys are watching and keeping up. But yeah, I mean, I think that this is going to significantly improve our workflow. I just ran these commands. What is the next step? For example, how would I create a skill? All right, creating custom skills. All right, each skill is contained in its own folder with a skill.md file containing instructions and metadata. Browse through these skills to get inspiration for your own skills. So there are pre-built skills. Okay, so discovery location. So skills are automatically discovered from 3 sources. Personal skills at Claude skills, project skills at Claude skills. Okay, so let's pull this up. Super Combo Gamer said skills are basically a way to manage your prompts. All right, so given what you're building with View Creator and your vibe coding content, repeatable workflows, you could create skills for your specific React Native patterns, revenue cat integration steps, so that's just pulling from memories, but let's see this. Okay, interesting. Mackin said there's a skill that can create skills to create skills, yeah. All right, so restart Claude Code to pick up the new skill. That's literally it. The description field is the key. Claude reads that to decide. Okay, so I need to restart, and then... All right, so let's open this inside of Cursor. Or no, wait, let's just do Warp. So inside of Warp here, let's open this up, and now we should have, you know, in our Claude directory. So Claude here, is skills now a thing? We have agents. I don't see skills. Where did I launch this in, though? Launch it in View Creator. Alright, I don't see it in the Claude. I thought it would be here, but it's not. Anybody know why it's not showing up here? What is Warp? Warp's basically an agentic IDE. It's pretty useful. Cursor is simplest. I ran this, but I don't see that this directory here in the project. Oh, create the fill. Oh, I have to run it. Okay, so I have to run this. I haven't. Oh, gotcha, Imperium. Yet ran these commands. I want to create it for the project. For the View Creator project. Would you help me to create a skill that I could use to test? If you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Alright, so let's go here, and I'm going to copy this in. Yeah, I'm using Agent AB from Super Combo, yeah. Yeah, we have 14K today. It was pretty hype. Alright, so... Alright, so I can run this here. Alright, so I made it. So now if I go back to Warp, that's now going to be there. Hold on, what is going on here? Shouldn't it be right there? I ran your command here, but it did not create the respective directory. Why? Alright, Imperium said that you need to be careful with Claude skills. It eats up a lot of tokens. Ask Claude how it takes skills. It takes as local Claude code or as actual tokens to Claude server and burning tokens. Okay, good to know. Yeah, bad boy, that's very true. Alright, verify that the file was created. Alright, I did create it. Just that Warp doesn't refresh. Alright, so let's try running this. Was this skill created? Review. Alright, I think it did create it. Let me refresh. Yeah, so it was created. So let's pull up Cursor, actually. And, hold on, let's just reload Cursor real quick. Pull it up. Alright. Alright, so over here, let's now pull this up and see, okay, so in Cursor, if I go to the Claude directory, let's find it real quick. So Claude right here, so skills, so you guys can now see that we now have a new skill called View Creator Feature, and in this skill file, we did create that there. So you guys see this? So now, I mean, this was such a basic skill. All right, let's actually use warp for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Claude to actually create a skill. I just went through the process of creating my first ever Claude skill. I want you to review this in depth and identify and review the project and actually identify a skill that would be useful for this project. Right now, this skill was just like a kind of an example test to try Claude skills, but what I need you to do now is I need you to make it so that you review the project and identify a skill that we could use so that would actually be useful. This could be something like a styling skill in this project here that makes sure that the styling is on theme and fully responsive and follows specific guidelines review, and give me the command to create a new skill for view creator, creator UI styling skill. All right, so we're going to use an actual skill that we would want to create now that we've actually created our first one. I want this skill to be called creator UI styling. Mackin, let's go. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups while this is working for us. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's go, chat. All right, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We just hit 14K. This is going to be interesting. Also, let's check AWS to see if those did deploy. Okay, nice. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Check this out. We have officially deployed. All of our codes deployed. W's in the chat. Let's go. All right, we're up to date. So that's this goal on the list off. Let's go. Guys, push your limits. What are we doing? We're pushing our limits every single day. This is like, this will be the biggest technological revolution for a while. And if you don't take it serious, and if you don't make the most of it, I don't know what you're doing. Everybody has an incredible opportunity to build the future. And the Bridgemind community is building the future. We're on the cutting edge of AI and vibe coding. And come join us. Come build the future with us, guys. Join the Discord. Let's go. Let's go. So I wonder what this is actually going to come back with here. Yeah. Let's go. Wow, so this can actually create the skills for you. So I want you to remove that test skill. So literally, you can have Claude create the skills for you. So let's say that you're doing something in a conversation. After you've set up this infrastructure, you can then tell the AI to basically go create the skill for you so it's repeatable and reusable. All right, perfect. It's been removed. Wow. Okay, so now let's use it. I now want you to use the creator UI styling skill and to actually review the project using 5 agent B coders that are using this skill to actually improve the creator UI styling, identify different areas of the project that are not currently implementing the correct styling practices. You are first to use 5 code-based analyst agents that are using this skill, and then after you do complete in-depth analysis, I want these code-based agents to create a README with their findings, and then after you create the README, I want you to use the agent B coders, 5 of them, to actually code the updates. Okay. Using the creator UI styling skill. Okay, so this is my prompts for those of you wondering. All right, let's go, guys. W's in the chat. All right, if you guys are watching, have not already liked the video, make sure you do so. We're up to 332 likes. Let's keep running it up. Let's go. All right. So look at how sick this is, guys. So it's making a to-do list, and it's following it exactly. So check this out. All right, so you guys can see it just launched 5 code-based analyst agents that are all working simultaneously in parallel, okay? So check this out. So this one's analyzing the UI components. This one's analyzing feature components. This one is analyzing pages and layouts. This one's analyzing forms and inputs. And this one's analyzing animations in dark mode. And then what it's gonna do is it's already launched those agents, and then it's going to create a README file with all of their findings. And then after that, it's going to launch 5 agent B coders that are using that skill. And it's then going to actually code the updates based on its findings. So, Aperium said, check recent setup pic in the Discord. Oh my gosh. Who is this? Oh my gosh. Chat. W's in the chat for whoever this guy is. The Keckening. This guy is a legend. Oh my gosh. Whoever this guy is, you are a legend, dude. That is insane. Alright, thanks for the references, by the way, Aperium. Yeah. Aperium said, bro has the entire computer store. Yeah, that's the ultimate setup. I mean, now I'm feeling bad after seeing that setup. Okay, so we also need to do some testing, guys. So, you know, I'll let you guys watch these run. I think this is an interesting run, you know, since we're kind of testing this. This is just a different workflow. But one thing to be definitely aware of is that, hey, when you are launching multiple agents at once, you are going to use way more tokens. I mean, you're talking about, literally look at that, over 500,000 tokens just right there from those 5 agents. So, you know, if we launch Claude here and we actually check on our usage, I'm assuming that our usage is going to get drained. I mean, if I had to guess, I feel like I've used 80%. 30? What? Only 36%? Okay, that's actually not that much. I guess I haven't been doing a ton of multi-agent use, but that's crazy. Also, just a quick UI change on my end. Sorry to interrupt anybody that's interested in watching that agent run, but it's working. I need you to update this. There are 1,400 creators, not 2,847. And there are over 1,400, so you can do 1,400 plus. Also, remove the reviews from the hero. I actually don't know. I just want to do like false marketing. I know how many people have joined, but I don't know how many people, what the reviews are right now. I haven't checked them. Make sure it's accurate. I'm on the $200 a month plan. What am I building? ViewCreator.ai. That one doesn't work. Oh, hold on. Can somebody try this pinned message and make sure that it works? Somebody that's not in the Discord that would like to join the Discord, would you go to the link and see if it works and just confirm? Also, guys, just as a reminder, I probably am going to be doing a vibe coding no talking stream later this evening. You know, we just deployed a bunch of changes to production, and I definitely need to do a lot of extensive testing. But I did say that we were going to test this out, so this is very interesting. So we're kind of doing this as an experiment. What does ViewCreator do? So we're actually going to be, I'm going to show you guys here in a minute. Let's have this on in the background here. I'm going to shrink this because we do need to test a couple things inside of ViewCreator now. Now that we're pushed to production, because as you guys know, so let's move this here. You guys can watch this on the left, but let's test something on the right. So for those of you that don't know what ViewCreator is or what is it does, so basically what ViewCreator allows you to do is ViewCreator, the sole purpose of it is to basically do to social media marketing what Claude Code has done for coding. We're looking at vibe marketing. We're looking at agentic marketing. And the same principles that I've learned in agentic coding, I've now taken over to social media marketing. And one of the reasons that BridgeMind has blown up so fast is because, you know, I've had basically all these agents, you know, I've been integrating these AI workflows, I've been integrating these AI agents, and constantly I'm having ViewCreator agents actually work for me. And now that we are pushed to production, there's a couple things that we definitely want to test. So for example, here's the BridgeMind agent, and I want to show you how this works. So here's a BridgeMind agent inside of ViewCreator, and this agent is just a simple workflow that is able to go into my content bank. Obviously, we also have the clipping agent, which, speaking of which, we probably should test this real quick. So let me grab a video just off of YouTube real quick. Let me grab a video, and we'll create some clips from it. Let's grab like a live stream here, and we'll put this in. There is some updates that we're making to this actively, so we're making it better. But let's just drop this in here. Let's do not auto detect. Let's create 5 clips from this, and then let's just do generate clips. Okay, so that's now submitted. We had an issue with the webhooks. There was a 400 error. But also now, do you guys see this? Do you guys see how it's launching Agent B coders? So pretty much this task, it was able to launch 5 code-based analyst agents that were using a specific skill. Then it created a README with those analyst findings that were using that skill. And now it's launching 5 Agent B coders that are each working on different tasks to be able to update the UI. Yeah, so Alex, I actually don't monetize the YouTube channel. For those of you that watch or anybody that's new, my mission is to not become a content creator. My mission is to vibe code an app until I make $1 million and to build the future and be on the cutting edge of AI. And that's what the BridgeMind community is doing. We're growing faster than any other vibe coding on the internet, vibe coding community on the internet, and there's a reason for that. Let's check this out though. So check this out. So basically what we're able to do is we're able to do AI clipping, and we're able to create these comprehensive workflows. So I can do all sorts of stuff. For example, here, my video manager, I'm able to manage all of my YouTube from ViewCreator. And for example, if I wanted to enhance the description of this live stream, I could click Enhance with AI. I already went through the process of suggesting tags. I could generate a new thumbnail using AI. So literally all I have to do is click Generate New and ask for the thumbnail that I want to generate. Here's my AI library. So literally I use this tool for my YouTube channel in order to generate thumbnails. As you can see here, I can also post directly to all of the different social media platforms from ViewCreator. So here you can see I have my YouTube account hooked up, my Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Here is everything. And it makes it very, very easy to create these automated workflows. So what I want to do now is I want to go back to agents and I actually want to create a new agent. And this is going to be a really, really important agent for us, guys. We're going to click Short Video. And what we're going to do is we're now going to be, this is the first test that we're going to do to all platforms. So we're going to try to create an agent that's going to post to all platforms. We're just going to do this to a test. And let's create a quick agentic workflow. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to kind of remove some of these defaults that I don't actually like. Let's do add step. And when you do add step here, you're able to click a content bank. And content banks are great. So we're going to use that. But now let's click start. And let's call this, we're going to call this View Creator 2.0. All right, which one? I think it's this one here. This agent is able to grab content from the BridgeMind content bank and to post to Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. All right, so this is the agent. It's going to be able to go grab a video that has not yet been posted in our content bank. So this is able to grab a video and then publishing, create the metadata and post to TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Make sure you use the call to action that links back to the BridgeMind channel. All right, so save changes. And now we're going to be able to create this agent. So agent created. Let's go. So this is actually kind of a moment of truth. I don't know if this is going to work off rip. But let's just run it. I don't know. We've never tried it with all four. So let's just run the agent. Let's see what it does. So here's the agent run. It's supposed to grab a video and then post it. We'll see. I believe, so it just grabbed a video. So here's the video that it's going to post. I'm on the max plan, $200 a month for GPT or ChatGPT Pro. And what it does in the publishing content step is it's actually able to create all the metadata and it's able to publish automatically to all of our platforms. So it said publish to 3 of 4. So one of them failed, which is kind of to be expected. I just am curious as to which one it didn't publish to. Maybe we could make this better. We're definitely going to want to find out which one it failed with, though. So let's go to Warp, and that's kind of to be expected. Let's launch another agent window here. Let's run Claude. And, all right, let's go here. All right, so I'm going to drop this screenshot in. Also, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I am live every single day. I hardly take any breaks or any days off. I don't believe in quitting. I don't believe in giving up. And I believe in building the future. So if you want to join this community, make sure you join the Discord. There's a link in the chat as well as in the description below. Over 1,600 members and growing incredibly, incredibly fast. So what I want to do now is I actually want to figure out the logs. It said that it published to 3 of 4 platforms. Would you review the functionality in the agentic runs so that there is some better user feedback so that if it doesn't publish to one of the platforms that the user knows which one it failed to and why? Also improve the console logging in the API for this so that it does throw an error if it fails to publish to one of the platforms. All right, cool. So I'm going to do View Creator API, and I'm also going to drop in, yeah, that's good. View Creator API. I'm also going to drop in the Creator UI. I'm assuming that I didn't publish a TikTok. Use 2 code-based analyst agents to review in depth and diagnose the issue. And then after you diagnose the issues and what to update and how to update it, use the 2 agent B coders to actually implement the updates. I'll probably launch my app on Product Hunt maybe in February. Yeah, View Creator for February. V3RD said he's the GOAT for vibe coding, brings so much more energy than others. Let's go, man. You know how it is. Let's go. Yeah, cool axe. For real. It's all good. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's hit some pull-ups too, guys. Let's go, chat. Wow. So launching multiple agents at once does help a lot, for sure. Product Hunt, I already answered that. Oh, project? You mean Product Hunt, right? Because I'm going to do that in February. All right, so check this out, guys. So it literally says that it identified 75 plus violations across the code base in these categories. And you can see the categories here. And then it was able to identify it with those code base analyst agents. It would launch 5 of them and then fix them. And this is how we're now implementing skills. So if you guys are following along, what you can do is you can make it so that you set up a skill, right? Like, let me just go back up to this prompt, right? And I said, I now want you to use the creator UI styling skill and to actually review the project using 5 agent B coders that are using this skill to actually improve the creator UI styling. Identify different areas of the project that you are not currently implementing the correct styling practices, okay? So what I did is that it then said I'll launch 5 code-based analyst agents in parallel, each focusing on different areas of the creator UI to identify styling issues based on the skill guidelines, okay? So then it launched 5 of these code-based analyst agents that went to different parts of the code base and found these issues, and then it created the styling audit findings, and then it followed up with 5 agent B coders, which are the actual agents that update the code, okay? Yeah, the push-ups. The push-ups and pull-ups like 2 seconds ago, yeah, 100%. Let's go, chat. All right, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. But yes, this is definitely an improvement to the workflow for sure. Okay. So which ones also did it? I'm assuming that I didn't publish to TikTok. It's just that it should be more than published to 3 or 4 platforms. It should actually say which platforms it successfully published to. This should be a pretty easy error to fix. It's just that, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why it should be working. Yeah. Let's move the desk down a little bit. Is working like this better than Cursor? It just depends. I've started using this a little bit more. I like it. I'm a big fan of the CLI experience, but also a big reason that I'm not using Cursor is because of the cost. Like, hey, I'm going to run out of my Cursor limits within 10 days, and then I'm going to run up a huge check. So it makes more sense to use CLIs because I'm able to implement directly with Claude Code where I can get more usage, versus Cursor, which is using a third-party API, and then they have margins on top of that. So if you use Cursor, you guys know that Cursor is expensive, right? So it's just kind of a trade-off, right? Tech Friend said, where to submit bug report and feedback for ViewCritter. There is a channel in the Discord. It's right here. It's under ViewCritter Platform, ViewCritter Bugs, right here. Right here. Oh yeah, we still have the double pop up there. Watch this. I need you to launch 2 Codebase Analyst agents in the... I'm going to drop in the project. If this can actually post. Oh. Whoa. All right, I'm going to drop in the repo. And I need you to review the logic associated with the entitlements modal that pops up when free users are trying to use features that, you know, are not on their plan. There's an entitlements modal. Right now, this modal is showing up 2 times. So for example, when they reach an entitlement and this modal displays, they are meeting, it launches 2 of them and they have to close 2 of them. I want you to launch 2 of these agents so that you can pinpoint the cause of this error and then follow this up by creating a README and then use 1 agent decoder agent to actually implement the fix. Okay. Thank you, Akshay. This bug was reported when using the Spark page in All right, guys, let's go. Shout out to Imperium, goated. Launch 1 Codebase Analyst agent, and then create a README that pinpoints and diagnoses the cause of this issue, and then actually implement the fix with an agent decoder. All right, so one thing that's nice about Whisper Flow is if you do lose your prompt like that, you know, I'm not sponsored by them, but yes, this one right here. All right, let's go. All right, we've got 240 people watching. We're only 28 likes away from 400 likes, guys. Let's get to 400 likes. We can do it. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And just as a reminder, we do have probably the fastest, most engaged vibe coding community. You know, if you guys are interested in vibe coding, you guys are interested in building the future, our community is actually building constantly, and it's a community of serious builders that are building the future with AI. If you guys want to learn, if you guys want to be in a positive, engaged, active community that is building the future with AI and continuously improving and is on the cutting edge of this revolution, make sure you join the BridgeMind Discord. There's a link in the description below, as well as pinned in the chat. Shout out to some of our respected moderators, Linux, J35, Jesse, Imperium, Super Combo, Neek. Shout out to you guys for all that you do. A community is only as great as its members. All right. So the next thing I want to do is, so this one's now done. So, yeah. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so before it just said publish to 3 out of 4 platforms, no details, and then now it's going to be able to do that. Okay, great work. I now need you to run the build in the Creator UI as well as in the API, and then run the tests in the API and ensure that there are no failing tests. Imperium said, I showed your stream to OpenCV CEO Satya Malik, and he was shocked. He comes to Indian office every December. Let's go. Let's go, Super Combo. Yeah, I do. I already have subscribers, yep. Kulak said you can probably get an affiliate from Wizardflow. It's not something bad. You get free dollars for something you are doing anyway. Yeah, so here's my perspective is that I do not want to be a content creator. You guys know this. I have no interest in being a content creator. Where my motivation lies and the purpose of why I'm doing all this is, you know, I was vibe coding for years and building for years before I started live streaming. And I have no interest in becoming a content creator, which is why I don't monetize the YouTube channel. I don't do any monetization. I don't take any sponsors. And what's cool is that, you know, if our community can make a partnership with Anthropic and, you know, maybe get, instead of paying me $10,000, that we can get $10,000 for credits for the BridgeMine community. You know, that's what we want to do. That's how we build our community and take our community to the next level. So as you guys know, earlier in the stream, I did send an email to Anthropic. I was very transparent about it. We basically said, hey, we have this community. We're willing to partner with you guys if you will do X, Y, Z. And I mean, it would be great if they could give me infinite credits on Claude Code, as well as probably give about $10,000 to the BridgeMine community in credits for people to use. That would be acceptable to me. So if Anthropic is watching, yeah, you know the terms. Ahmed said, I love your content. Thank you, man. Does complimenting AI help? I don't know. Blueberry said, you're still live. You're a hustler for real. You know it, man. Let's go. Every day. Every day. All right, this is now good to deploy. Let's keep grinding, Wise. Let's go. All right, guys, so here are the clips that are coming out of our clipping agent. So, I dropped this video in a little bit ago, so let's actually check out the clips that were generated. Shout out to Is. Sorry, I need a way to turn this down. Hold on, let's just download this. But, what's really nice is that you're able to do everything inside of View Creator. So this is a clip. Let's play it. Big shout out to Is Sam. Your chat just got deleted by Nightbot, but I saw it. Also, shout out to Jesse. So Command-Shift-D allows it so that it splits it and adds it into these panes. So check. So, it clips these clips. And, I mean, these are looking pretty good. I do have some improvements locally that we're going to want to test for sure that speeds it up. Processing time, 9 minutes. Okay, this is actually very nice. So the processing time is now there, which is great. I mean, 9 minutes of processing time for a, I mean, I don't know about the amount of clips, but how long was this video? I need a 19-minute video. On Opus Clip, it would take about 15 minutes. But it would also create more clips. So we just have to make it faster. We have to make it better. But I'm feeling pretty good with that. Yeah, Is Sam just got a shout out in the clip. Shout out to Is Sam. Let's go. Literally getting clipped. All right, cool. All right, cool. All right, nice. All right, we're 7 likes away from 400, guys. Let's get there. But let's also check back up on our agents. I think these are ready to be deployed. I do want to test our changes here locally. Where's our NPM? They're all Claude, but where's our NPM window? Somewhere. Okay, it's this one here. Okay, perfect. All right, so we need to restart and rebuild this and see if it's good to push up to test. We do have some updates here that are going to make that agent clipper faster. Also enable it to give updates to the user on projected progress and different estimations on how long a specific job is going to take. So that's very important. So let's run this here. It looks like it's healthy. So let's test that locally here and see where what we're looking like there. What's going on here? Okay. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I use GitHub Actions, yes. The piece at last, what's up? All right, guys, 1 like away. Okay, we're gonna have to restart this, aren't we? All right, cool. Should be good to go. Yeah, so it's not able to clip live streams real time. So actually a fun fact about that is, like, for example, unless, I think that even Restream, like most of these things, like for example, after I finish a live stream, let's say, I have to wait 24 hours for that video to even become like able to be, like it has a processing time. So for example, like on YouTube, it'll take this video even 24 hours to be able to actually be processed by YouTube, and then I can clip, because it's not an actual video that can be downloaded via YTDLP or even on my end. Like as a creator, I can't even download it on my end for that time. It's very interesting. But let's see here. I want to test this. Can I do the selected ranges? I just want to see. I mean, let's just do auto detect. Let's just see how this works. So yes, okay guys, so let's go. All right, so check this out. This is sick. All right, so you guys see what we did there? It looks like, so we now have 13 minutes remaining, progress 5%, and it'll be interesting because now we'll be able to see, hey, for this progress, is this going to be able to update via webhooks? So right now you can see that it's transcribing audio, and this is awesome. Now it's at 15%. Oh my gosh, this is sick. All right, so the webhooks are working. Now it's at 30%, planning viral clips. I mean, this is badass, guys. W's in the chat, W's in the chat. Because what this does is now I finally have some feedback of like what's happening. So now it's at 45%, analyzing video for smart cropping. I mean, this is sick. The piece at last, nice. He just said that he bought the $200 plan. Let's go. Yeah, this is live, Imperium. Yep. Yeah, this is literally live via webhooks. Yeah. So just from like a technical perspective, you know, this is a W because, hey, it probably is a little bit, the most time-consuming part is actually the final clip creation, right? So the smart cropping and the layout changing are the most difficult, but I do like that we now at least have some time estimates of like, hey, 12 minutes remaining, right? That's a lot better than just like, hey, you have nothing, right? So I'm happy about that for sure. That's a big W's. What's up? Let's go. If you guys are just tuning in, make sure you like and subscribe. We just hit 14,000 subs today. There's nothing that's going to stop the Bridgemind army. Let's go. Big shout out to Lus, Zemco, McKeef, Refos, Nime, and Matt V. Shout out to you guys for joining the Bridgemind Discord community. Super Combo said that he used 8 analysis agents to do a deep dive into the theme and polish everything, and then another 8 to implement it. They did a great job, didn't change the theme, but added a nice UI polish. Yeah, did you see? That's nice, dude. That's like exactly what I did on this one that was working over here. I launched 5 to do the analysis, and then they created a README, and then the agent B coder, I launched 5 of those to then update that as well. It was sick. All right, let's see here. Oops. Okay. Also, guys, just as a reminder, I am going to be doing a vibe coding, no talking stream tonight. I know that a lot of you guys like that. And you know what's cool is that it's like I love vibe coding and I love building and I just genuinely love what we're doing. So it's nice because I can naturally just I can do this all day with you guys, you know? And I think it's just interesting. What's so special about what we're doing and what we're building is we're building such an authentic and engaged community because we're all on this mission together, right? And, I mean, you guys are along the ride with me, you know, but, you know, we're all in it together and we're all on the cutting edge of this technology. So let's see here. So this here, so it said that this finished. All right, so this fixed it. Nice. All right, so shout out to Akshay for finding that bug. It looks like it's fixed now. This one here, what was it working on again? Oh, the entitlement modal, yeah. So we're gonna be ready to push here in a minute. So once this one's done, which this one was just that entitlement modal, this is a pretty easy fix. But then we'll push to production and we'll be able to test this. But let's also test the clipping agent. Let's see how that's doing. Oh my gosh, it already finished? Okay. Do you guys notice how fast that clipping agent's going now? I mean, that was fast. How long was it? 2-minute processing time. 2-minute processing time. I mean, 2 minutes and 51 seconds, but that is way faster than what it was before. And I will say, shout out to Sam Altman on this one, but I did launch a codex agent to speed this up. Now, I think there are some certain things like, hey, when you speed it up like that, like one thing I will say is that, hey, your context switching or your layout switching, you may lose a little bit of that, but at the same time, you have to know that, hey, yes, you're losing a little bit of that, like, because, for example, when you're doing the processing here, you're doing a ton of frame-by-frame analysis using Gemini 2.5 Flash, so it's taking it in, but even there, like, Imperium, you know, 2 minutes and 51 seconds to process a 19-minute video and generate 5 clips. That is, I mean, even if we go to what's in production right now, we can see what's in production right now. What did we do? How long was this one? This one was 9 minutes. For, what was this, a 12-minute video? And then this one was 9 minutes, 5 clips. So we did make it about, 5 times faster because it was able to process a longer video and create the same amount of clips in a shorter amount of time. Now, the quality of clips may lose, like, let's say that the quality, we lose maybe 10% of quality, right? Because if you to speed that up, you're not checking as many frames. But the thing is that, hey, is a 0.5 second delay on a layout switch better than a extra 5 minutes on the processing time? I think that's what you have to ask yourself. But yeah, I think we're ready to push here in a minute. Once this one's done, this agent B coder is finishing up here. Should be done here soon. But yeah, 240 people watching. If you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm live every single day. I don't take breaks. I don't take days off. Yeah. We're building the future, guys. Let's go. Why can't you multi-thread and do it all at once? That's probably the way that it's headed, Super Combo. But right now, I think that, yeah, I mean, I'd love to talk to you about it. I can talk to you maybe offline. And maybe in a VC chat or something on Discord, and we can brainstorm that. But I think that your opinion would actually be really helpful on that, because we do need to speed it up. But for right now, all right, let's do a quick analysis. I want you to do an analysis using 5 Agent B coders. Or no, I think this is good. I think we'll be good to deploy. I may apply to YC potentially. I mean, things are changing. I'm fine self-funding this for now. I think that if I wanted to take View Creator to the next level and let's say really get a big marketing budget, I probably would need like millions of dollars. Right now, I'm just bootstrapping it, financing all of this personally. But right now, it's like, hey, you kind of when you're in this phase, you kind of just see how things play out, and you can, what I can control is I can push my limits. I can show up every single day. I can give it everything that I've got, and we'll see where that leads me. But in terms of like getting VC or YC, I mean, I could see myself potentially doing that, but we'll see. Trapper said, "Is the landing page self-coded or using AI? It looks great. It's using AI." Literally everything that you see was AI. Yeah, anti-gravity is not there yet, in my opinion. All right, let's do a quick sub check. Oh, wow. All right, 14,116. Let's go, guys. I mean, the channel's just blowing up. everything's blowing up, and there's a reason for that. You know, this is only the beginning. I think that will be at 100,000 pretty fast. I mean, I just want to position us as the leading vibe coding community on the internet, right? That's where we're going. We're building the future, and we're all in this together. All right, let's see here. Let's now open up a another one here. Let's run. Great work. I now need you to run npm run build in these 3 projects and fix any build errors. Let's actually do 4. All right, then I'm going to drop in View Creator UI. I'm going to drop in View Creator Creator UI. I'm going to drop in the... Actually, I just have to do API, I'm pretty sure, right? Oops. Oh my gosh. Sensitive. And run npm run build. Do this with a separate agent doing each, so run 3 agents, and also run the test suite for the API using the 4th agent in the API, and confirm or fix any failing tests or build errors. All right, that's good. Cool. Cool, Axe. I don't think that there's anything special about an AI clipping agent at all. I think it's basically a commodity at this point. So Cool Axe said, how will this be different from an Opus clip? It's not. I think that people get confused sometimes where they think that they have to build some revolutionary product to be able to be successful. And in my mind, I think that an AI clipping agent is actually very simple to build. And, you know, I think that it's commoditized at this point. You know, we built it in, what, a week? You know, we're still improving it, and it has a long way to go to make it scalable because it is resource intensive. But with that being said, you know, like, my perspective on it is, hey, obviously an AI clipping agent is a needed tool to have in the View Creator suite of tools for content creators. You know, it's a commodity. I don't want people going over to Opus Clip to create their clips and then coming onto View Creator. Opus Clip is incredibly expensive. You know, just this month I spent $120 on Opus Clip, but now I can use View Creator. So View Creator is cheaper. I think that also with View Creator agent tools and processes, not only can you create the clips, but then you can create the agentic processes so that all you have to do is basically create the clips. You don't even have to create any of the content for it because, you know, how it works is you're able to create all the metadata for the posts respectively. So, you know, I'm building BridgeMind, and the reason that BridgeMind is going so viral is because, and we're about to take this to the next level with our UGC team this Friday. So if you guys are interested in the UGC team, remember that these are paid teams that are going to be inside the BridgeMind community, and each team will get free View Creator accounts, unlimited View Creator credits, and be working closely with myself and the other moderators like Linux, J35, Aperium, NS, maybe even Super Combo. I haven't talked to everybody about it yet, but we're going to take BridgeMind to the next level, and we're going to take View Creator to the next level with UGC and automated social media marketing, basically vibe marketing. It's going to be pretty cool. So that's going to start this Friday, just as a reminder for anybody interested. Is Warp better than Cursor? They're completely different. I don't think you can really compare them. I think that, hey, from the perspective of like, okay, this looks like it's done. Okay, cool, this is done. Okay, we're ready to deploy, so let's deploy. I'm actually also going to deploy Genesis, so just an FYI there. Hopefully these aren't breaking changes. All right, everything's deployed. Let's now go over to GitHub. Offer John said, hope to be in the team. Yeah, Offer John, make sure you reach out to J35 or Linux or Jesse, one of them, and just let them know that you're interested. You can also reach out to me personally. I get a ton of messages, so at this point, you know, we're at a point where, and like I said, you know, it's like, hey, when you get to a point where you have a community of this size, that's this engaged, you know, I try to get around to all my messages, but, you know, like, you guys can, I don't even know if you guys can tell this, but I'm like losing my voice and stuff, and it doesn't matter because, like I said, you know, push your limits. You know, it doesn't matter how I feel. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except showing up and pushing your limits every single day and moving forward and making progress. It doesn't matter if I'm sick. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're showing up every day. We're making progress. We're building the future together, and we're pushing the limits. And it's on full display here. All right, so let's deploy everything here. All right, database is also going. Did we run the yes, we had to have run the migrations. Let's go, PNK. Yeah, there's been times where I've been waking up this week and I'm like, dang, I'm like really sick. And I'm like, no, you're not. Let's go. Let's go, chat. W in the chat. All right, merge everything. All right, let's check. Here's my GitHub profile if anybody wants to follow me on GitHub. Oh, man. I did. What day was this that I missed? It was RIP to December 12th. I broke the streak. I broke the streak, guys. All right. Also, if anybody missed this part of the stream, we were testing out the new image gen model. Here's my X account if anybody's interested in following me on X. I usually post on there about a couple times a day. But if you haven't followed me on X already, I also stream on there. But yeah. Oh, also, I need to make a post real quick. All right, while this is deploying, let's make a post. All right, here we go. All right, smile, everybody. Everybody smile. All right. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is just post this on X. All right, so what is it, day 103? Let's go, chat. All right, yeah, go like this post. I'm about to hit 600 followers on X, so go like this. All right. Also, how is everything doing up in GitHub? Are we looking good? What's the status here? Yeah, the anti-gravity extension is so annoying. All right, also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, where we at, like, subscribe-wise? 14,136. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you show your support. Join the community. Get involved. There's also a Discord link in the chat as well as in the description. All right, so this is deployed. Nice. And then also the API is important. The UIs take a little bit longer to build just because, you know, obviously it has to build. Where's the API at, though, to that build? Probably still deploying, right? Yeah. All right. We'll wait for this. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's go. I'm excited to test the new clipping agent version out for sure. Let's go. It'll be interesting to drop this same video that took 9 minutes I mean, hopefully it doesn't fail. That'd be awkward. Yeah, the shorts does add up. I mean, I basically got AI agents that are social media marketing agents pumping my channel 24/7. And then once we build a UGC team, you know, that's going to get even bigger, because then we'll have, you know, another 5 people that are working with View Creator and creating these agents that are continuing to pump it. And now that we have TikTok and all this stuff hooked up, we'll be able to pump it even more. So it's crazy, but just nuts. All right, I want to see, did Genesis deploy? Let me check. Hold on. All right, and just as a reminder to everybody watching, I'll be live again later tonight. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'll be back. I'll be live again for a Vibe Coding No Talking stream, and then I'll also be live tomorrow for day 104 at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you guys want to join for day 104, I'll be live. For probably 6 to 7 hours tomorrow. Today I was a little bit late to the stream since I had a dentist appointment. But today, I literally had a dentist appointment until like 11:15. So I was able to rush home and, you know, take a double shot of espresso. And I'm like, you know that, what's the GTA meme? It's like, ah shit, here we go again. Let's go. W's in the chat. All right. So it looks like this did upload. I'm just kind of waiting on my end for the, what do I do full time? This is my full-time job. Flawlessness, what's up? He said, love the night streams with those amazing playlists. Yeah, man, the night streams are definitely a different vibe. You know, we got the chill music on, and we all just are grinding together. And that's the cool part. I don't think that there's really any other person that's doing that. It's just cool because it's like, hey, obviously, you know, you guys know what we're all about here. We're actually grinders. So just cool to do that together as a community. All right, let me check this here. I want to see, to make sure that this is deployed to ECS. Let me check this here. Looks like this is running. So, oh, wow. Wow. The last run was only 37% utilization on the CPU, which is a huge optimization. Let's see how this one does. It does look like this is the most important thing. Okay, this is definitely the most important thing. So I want to test this first. The clipping agent, you know, we did this run. It took 9 minutes the last time we did it, and it's just going to be very interesting to see how long does it do now. We'll do auto, And let's just generate the clips. This is a 19-minute video. So we'll see how long it takes, but now it does have the webhooks now, so you can see now the webhooks. So downloading the video, wow. This is a big W for us. Yeah, I still respond in chat, which is a huge W, 100%. Salim said, bro has ADHD with commitment. Let's go. Bro's the Tom Holland of vibe coding. I get the Tom Holland thing a lot. Kulak said, will you add AI thumbnail creator too? Kind of like view stats, but you can get away with it. Yeah, so we actually already have that. So for all my thumbnails, I actually am using view creator thumbnails. So you can just go over here and click thumbnails. And like, here are some of the thumbnails that I create. Like my vibe coding with warp thumbnail, my opus thumbnail, you know, this thumbnail. I mean, this video, I think I got 6,000 views on it, right? You know, it's like, this one got a lot too. I mean, it is nice. You missed the intro dance? Yeah. There's going to be some crazy intro dances coming up. Also, what do you guys think of the intro dances? You guys like them? What are the processing costs like? There's like different, I mean, for some tasks, they're more than others. I mean, for this task, this one's an expensive task. It's very heavy on the compute. So this is a CPU intensive because you're using FFmpeg, right? So it's just very intensive. But I think that we're going to be able to optimize that. Also, you know, to speed it up, I did take out some of the consistent checks. Try improving the SEO of view creator. It will have an impact, 100%. Thank you. I do have coding experience, yes. It was under 4 or 2 minutes, I guess. Nana asked, did I end up dropping out of Purdue? So you guys kind of know my story. My story is a little bit weird. Pretty much when I was a junior, I came home, and if you guys know NS, it's kind of funny because we were talking about this a couple days ago on the NS feature stream, or the NS edition stream. And, you know, when I was a junior, I got to the point where I saw that vibe coding was the future, and I was getting really good at it, and I just came home from class, and I just looked at NS, and I said, dude, I'm not going back to class. And, you know, I was just basically said, I'm done. And I stopped going to school, I stopped going to class, and that was my junior year of Purdue. And, you know, I got to the point where I decided I was so far into my degree that I actually could finish it, and it would make more sense to finish it like over summer semesters that are online and actually very easy. So I finished most of my Purdue degree online during the summer. And then as you guys know, earlier this semester, when I first started doing all this, I actually started doing it and everything started to like blow up. And I had a really tough decision to make because I was actually supposed to graduate this semester. I was going to be graduated and actually like was like potentially considering going to a job fair in like September. And there was a day in September of this year when maybe I had like 3,000 subscribers or something like that. And I just said, you know what? I'm not going to the job fair and I'm not going back to school. And it was kind of a similar moment. Oh my gosh, it's already done. Wow. You guys see that? It's already done. That is fast. Okay, W's in the chat. W's in the chat. I think that... Okay. W's in the chat. So first of all, did you guys see the speed time improvement? So 3 minutes versus prior to this update, it was taking 9 minutes. So now with that being said, we may lose some, you know, quality because we're doing less checks, but that is we cut it in a third. The processing time is in a third. So that's big. I don't want to blow your guys' ears out by playing some of these clips, but I'll take a look at them. They're like very loud, just in my headphones, and probably your guys' headphones too, since you're in my audio. But what I want to do now is I actually want to go to the agents, and I want to run this view creator agent again. Now the only issue here is we just posted just not too long ago. So I mean, that was what, close to an hour ago. I mean, we could probably run this agent again. It wouldn't do too much harm. So let's just run it again. I mean, we were pumping content, so I don't want to get like shadow banned, but we're pumping content. But this one now, the updates that we made here is that this should now, so I think that TikTok is failing. So it's going to publish to 3 out of 4 platforms. But what it should do now is, yeah, so, oh, it's Facebook. Wait, no. It's saying schedule post. So you guys see this? So it's saying publish to 3 platforms, failed. Facebook failed. Okay, Facebook failed. Interesting. So did that actually publish to my TikTok then a minute ago when we ran that? Hold on, let's check. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at this. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right, well, guys, it's 4 p.m. I actually have to end the stream. I'm going to be back on later tonight for a vibe coding, no talking stream. This is actually going to be the focus of that stream. But we did accomplish our goals today. We actually updated a ton of stuff, and we deployed all of it to production, which feels great since now everything's up to date. But, guys, we also significantly improved the AI clipping agent. We cut the processing time in a third, and then we also just improved all of the data and analytics with it. But yes, agents, we're going to need to take a look at this agents tonight. So I'm going to be back online later for a vibe coding, no talking stream. As you guys know, those are very in-focused flow state streams, but I'm also going to be live for day 104 tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you guys for tuning in today. I wish you guys luck, continue to grind, and I will see you either later tonight or I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's keep grinding, guys. Let's go. Nana said before you go, top 3 books to read. Power of Positive Thinking, Outliers, and Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. But yeah, guys. All right.